KUAM FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Each and every day, from Chico down can take a walk by the lovely sea, or we can just chill down by Westside. I would never trade my island life from Casa Dedido to ABC. Even if some morning Simon Sanchez Street, she go 505 pocket money town. Even down south, yeah, we put it down. Laddie Soldier, and them coconut trees, plus the finest damn women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. So let's go to Mumbai, where the girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay, get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Grab the pool while I hit the road, 'cause we ain't done. Laddie Soldier, and them coconut trees, plus the finest damn women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. So let's go to Mumbai, where the girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay, get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Grab the pool while I hit the road.
Gosinja uli di sombranzelten meg et zu ite saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Nota kanzama tunonya gitoru iluga para iona para gloria abiba isla para iona gloria abiba isla
Smile with the rising sun. Three little birds fish by my doorstep, singing sweet song, yeah, melody pure and true, saying this is my message to you. Here's a little song I wrote. You might wanna sing it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. In every life we have some trouble. When you work you make it double. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright, yeah. Singing don't worry, no, 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 yeah, about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright, yeah. So rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet song, yeah, melody pure and true, singing this is my message to you. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do,
Morning, Jason.
Good morning. You were playing the flute there, air flute for a
I was
second.
doing a little air.
Well, we actually have a flautist in
Yes,
the
we
comments.
do. In our Facebook Live feed. Good morning, Mr. Roberto Fracassini.
Yes. It would be lovely to have him play again. That was
Absolutely.
such a wonderful
Lovely.
moment last year.
It was because it was a height of the pandemic,
Yep.
and he played Wonderful, Wonderful, Wonderful World.
By Louis Armstrong.
Yes. Ah, your baby's crying. That was definitely a vibe.
Oh man, we got to go rent Good Morning Vietnam now.
That was a good man, Mr. Fracassini. If you can, grace us with another performance sometime. You know. Maybe-
he's actually an amazing flautist
Right.
too, because he added like that whole jazz.
He
you know,
did.
he put his own
Yeah.
flavor on the end of it. It was
Awesome.
really cool.
It'd be cool if he could do "It's a Beautiful Morning."
What are there songs that begin with like morning or sunrise or here comes the sun?
Yeah,
Wait, is
of
that the
course.
Beatles or is that just John Lennon?
That's the Beatles.
Was that still
Jay.
they
Oh
hadn't
my
broken up?
God.
Yoko Ono did
No,
not
that
like
was
destroy the
Be-
universe.
No, that was the Beatles.
There are some people who believe that Yoko Ono was like Thanos. It's like okay, the Beatles are done.
Yeah, demonizing a woman. That's really smart.
Well, yeah, back then, like apparently it
Right.
worked.
It's 6:20. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
All right. Wait, what's up with you? Can you check that?
Good morning.
Hey, a day. There you go.
One time shot. That's all she needs. One take.
Mike V on the ones and twos. Thank you, Mike. It's
And Mike's cousin is actually in the comments. He was saying Mary Jane Villagomez.
Oh, nice.
Good morning, Mary Jane.
It's a
You've
beautiful.
been waiting, huh? All morning to do that. Okay.
How closely are you related to Mary Jane, Mike?
Anybody with my same last name is my primo.
So like first cousin.
That's all
second
one
cousin?
family. Vigigomez.
All right. Hey, Villagomez. That's one family, one clan.
It looks like a beautiful morning out here. A little bit of cloud contrast. It's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for another day. Tuesday, April 6th. On the link at 6:20. The show is proudly sponsored by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E Carrier, and Jack in the Box, where you can get the curly fries from our friends over at Jack in the Box. That sounds like a good, nutritious breakfast, Jay.
Can I just give a shout out to Jack in the Box because they have really, really good breakfast. The Supreme Croissant
Thank you.
is, as the kids say, on point.
Oh, yeah, as the kids say, it's vibe.
Yeah, I mean we can't say on fleek anymore. That's like so 2018.
Yeah, it's old.
But their dollar pancakes, like the silver dollar pancakes,
Yeah.
like the little tiny ones. Oh, those are good. Those would be great right now.
We're going to talk to our friends over at Jack.
I think I got to make a run.
You know, another thing,
Pancake
because
run.
Jay's a big Jack fan. I mean, we all are really. He likes the milkshake, the creamy milkshake, right?
Yes,
Dude, he got us milkshakes. Was that a couple months ago?
that was a couple weeks ago.
It was a couple weeks ago. That was good. Like, yeah, their milkshakes are good.
Okay, in the
They're
Oreo.
good. I was like, oh man, it's milky.
Yeah, and I went to so I walked into Sabrina and Chris's office. They sit and they face each other. I was like, guys, it was a great show this morning. My treat. I'm gonna run to Jack in the Box. You guys want milkshakes? And Chris was like, oh, milkshakes? Okay, what kind do they have? I'm like, well, they got they have really good strawberry, and they put the cherry in there with the whipped cream, or they have just straight up chocolate, or they have this amazing Oreo thing. So Chris is like, oh, let me think about that. Let me ponder that. It's like, we're not getting a table at Justin Timberlake's restaurant. It's like, and so he picked the Oreo one, and I was like, okay, Bree, do you want like a milkshake? And she just looked. She's like, duh.
Duh. Yeah, so check out
Milkshake, yes.
Jack in the Box. They got great milkshakes, and they got their. It's brand new. It's $3. It's sauce and loaded curly fries with new slow smoked bacon.
I would love to do a milkshake right now and then dip those dollar pancakes in it. Don't judge me.
Right, or even some curly fries in the milkshake.
That's a thing.
We just invented it. It's 6:22. Guess who's coming up on the show today? Oh, a whole lot of people. We got a great cover me brought to you by our friends at BK. We've also got Major Anton Ogden. What's going on at DOC? We'll catch up with the executive director of the Election Commission, Maria Pangilinan.
She hasn't been on. Maria has.
Yeah, well, there's an election next year. They're already starting to prepare for it. Of course.
Remember, she was on like every other day last year.
Yeah.
And-
Well, remember last year, Bree? I forgot, but there was a whole election.
Yeah. There's also a runoff election.
There was a runoff election. Remember that, Jay?
Remember what we were saying about that? You're like, oh, come on. Is there anything else? Are you not entertained?
Yeah. What else, COVID? What else?
Remember we worked all night, all morning? Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah, dude, that was crazy.
We
That was
started at 10 in the evening, and then we're like, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it.
When did we get off? Was it like 10 in the morning?
Yeah, because we started 10 at night.
Dude, that was 12 hours straight.
And then we worked all the way there, and then we basically all looked at each other. We're like, wow, it's 6 o'clock. We got to do like.
I remember we had those people on for the after party.
Yeah.
And our analysts, and there were some of them were crying in the middle of the
Juan
night.
Carlos Benitez joined us like on the train from DC to New York City.
Guys, if you don't remember, we have it on YouTube. All the stuff is on YouTube.
But you know what's the craziest part about that?
But doesn't it seem like a long time ago when you talk about it? You're like, hey, remember that? It seems like years back. It was just last year.
When we got to like 6 a.m., we're like, all right, guys, now we got to get ready for the link. We're like, wow, we've only got 4 hours to go. We're almost done.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Power through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's coming on. And then we're getting Senator Joanne Brown. There's a couple of Republicans that did some things yesterday. She had
the transparency bill, right?
Right, yeah, transparency bill. She also had some pretty cool comments in this silencer public hearing that they had yesterday. We're getting Senator Jim Moylan as he has introduced.
What introduced?
Are you putting me on the spot? He introduced a bill to make the Ethics Commission elected, right?
Yes.
Not appointed, which I gotta say, it's. We have talked about on this very show some of the issues with having the governor maintain control of the Ethics Commission. It's not a good look, really. And their whole, like, when they were being stood up and getting the executive director, I just think they said the governor way too many times. They're like, oh, we're waiting on the governor. Oh, the governor's going to do this, or oh, the governor's going to do that, and oh, the governor. And then how can you expect a body that's supposed to be independent yet is like this with the governor's office to really be independent, you know? I mean, that's always a struggle on Guam to find someone who's truly independent. And I just feel like you can't expect it from the Ethics Commission now. I mean, maybe we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But then also is putting politics into the mix and elections and campaigns. Is that a solution? I don't know. We'll find out with Senator Moylan coming up.
And real quick, talking about Senator Brown, right? She was one of those senators who introduced that bill about trying to require that all GovGuam meetings be more transparent. And this reminds me of something that Bree was asking when we had Lillian Posadas, the GMH administrator, on yesterday. Because Bree, you asked Auntie Lillian, and you were like, is this meeting of the task force to possibly come up with like plans for a new hospital, is that going to be public? And she was like, well, probably not like the initial ones, because like it's either like a bid process, or there's some things that won't be. But would this bill as designed,
I just don't know how they keep getting away with not having these meetings be open to the public. I mean, what's the reason? What's the reason, really? The open government law has been unsuspended. We went a whole year with these doctors in the Physicians Advisory Group meeting on this pandemic, and it wasn't open to the public. I just don't get why like these senators don't make a big deal out of it. You have the Vigilance Committee. I mean, they're pretty much doing the work of a lot of the senators and trying to just like get FOIAs and get information out. I mean, the media too, But I just wish you'd hear it more. And I guess you are. Let me put my foot in my mouth. I guess you are now with these measures on transparency. I know that in the pandemic, the Senator Terlahi's bill about the reporting and the with the CARES Act and just transparency in general was widely supported and passed into law. I think there was like one vote against it. So yeah, we'll get them on, and then we're getting what's this cleanup, Bree? It's a Dedido cleanup.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I know is that there's a cleanup in Dedido. Just got the flyer, asked if they can come on, and boom, they're coming on.
Boom, that's it.
We got the flyer up right now.
Thank you. Right on. And then we're getting a Teresa Philippin of the FSM consulate, just on a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so the Dedido thing, it's a Sagan Linadzan roadway and park cleanup that we would really like you guys to consider being a part of.
Thanks.
Because as by the way, sorry, didn't mean to interject there, but the episode the first episode, the debut episode of Dirty Politics yesterday.
Right.
Did you guys see the comments on that? People were immensely passionate while they were watching, because we ran it as like a live clip at 11 a.m. yesterday. People were freaking out. Some people even commented. They said, my jaw is on the ground. I had no idea Guam was this bad, or, what part of that. Some people were offering to help. Some people were like, God, this is so embarrassing and everything. People had an opinion one way or another about it. So you guys made an impact with that story. So, thanks to Senator Sabina Perez, the Geo Mayor.
Well, there's
EPA.
more where that came from, right, Bree?
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's sad. We have to do one every week in Earth Month, but we could do one every week for the rest of the year. Probably for the rest of our lives.
And where are you guys going next? The Ukadu Pipeline, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's crazy because we went there 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Same problem,
Dude.
same place, same senator came out.
And now people are saying, "Oh, go to Pago Bay."
Yeah.
Oh,
That's great.
Bree and I did that too. And
Right.
EPA, was it for Earth Day?
That's the thing is you keep going to these same spots over and over, and it's funny because it's like when we're sitting around talking about, okay, where are we going to go for dirty politics? It's like, oh yeah, we got to go to Chandler Ramirez. We got to go to Pago Bay. We got to go to the pipeline. You know where all the spots are, and it's
Put a camera up.
Yeah, they're just
No, Pago Bay when
always the same spots.
We did that live stream, Sabrina and Ken San Nicolas and we went there, and I didn't know that like Pago Bay was like that bad. I mean, it's this beautiful. If you live on Pago Bay, your backyard.
Are you guys
is
talking
the
about
ocean.
like where the beach part is?
Yes.
When you come in and you go,
and I mean,
okay.
it's this beautiful. I mean, it's so picturesque.
I don't know.
and
Okay,
then you
let
just
me
walk
be
through
honest.
there.
Let me be honest with you guys. I tried to go in there because we're like, oh, let's go to just park somewhere on the beach or whatever. I went in there and I was like, whoa, what's going on? There's like people squatting, right?
Not when we were there.
Yeah, there was, and I was like a reverse. It was
But
messy.
Pampers, straws,
Furniture.
furniture, appliances.
So ashamed, man. So
I
embarrassed.
saw a hard drive there. Somebody ditched like their computer tower. I was like, wow.
So embarrassing. It makes me sad, my people. Really, it's such a. You guys are letting us down.
Okay, but one thing that your live stream yesterday did not convey, and probably very fortunately, right? How bad was the smell? Just so people know. When you were up at Chalem Ramirez.
It was terrible. I was choking. I was
Yeah.
gagging. It was so gross.
You know the Fauci meme where he has like 20 masks? I felt like even if I had 20 masks, I would still smell it. And when you turned, it's like the wind would get the smell up your.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You said it kind of reminds you of like the DPW trash truck, like that juice they drip, like
The
they have, like
juice.
that little nozzle.
The
that kind
basula
of-
juice. Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, that's
Yep.
gross.
Okay. How would you like some of that in your coffee?
Yeah, so we're not saying this to like gross you guys out at like
Yeah, we
drive time or
are.
breakfast.
Maybe
time.
that's what'll work. If you guys
Yeah.
get grossed out, you quit being
Yeah,
idiots.
that is the point. Yeah.
6:31.
But,
Let's go.
really good job on that story, you guys.
Thanks.
That was nice.
Appreciate that, Jay. Where's it at if people want to watch it?
It's up on YouTube. It's on our Facebook timeline. So just scroll down yesterday and everything. Look for Dirty Politics. Really, really high impact story by these two.
Thank you.
I shot and edited that.
And,
Yeah.
and Mike
Mike V.
Villagomez was along for the ride.
Mike V
Mike.
Production. At
That's good
6:31.
storytelling, Mike.
Thanks, Jace.
Yeah,
No.
Jace. Anything else? Because my back, I feel like you might as well just give me a back massage because you're patting it. My back's so good.
Can I get you another
milkshake.
Oreo milkshake?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have earned a milkshake.
It's 6:32. Let's go ahead and jump into the news now here on the link with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Cough it, everybody. We're just going to go ahead and throw it straight back to the newsroom and the news studio with headlines from Adriana Catero.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Catero with your headlines here on The Link. The investigation into the homicide of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez is ongoing. Meanwhile, 2 persons of interest have been arrested and charged with murder.
This investigation is still ongoing. So, we're still moving forward with this investigation. So, it's a big case.
On Saturday, April 3rd, Guam Police Department received a welfare check call, according to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. In response, officers went to a Umatic residence where they discovered an expired, lifeless person.
This is where pretty much spun everything into motion with the initial investigation and, of course, the activation of our detectives. But Saturday, April 3rd.
Family members confirmed with KUAM the individual who was found dead in the home is former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. and that they had been searching for him for days prior.
The investigation prompted the activation of our criminal investigation division relative to the man that was discovered did not reside in that home. Through the course of the investigation, which pretty much took the entire weekend, our detectives were able to identify 2 persons of interest.
Repeat offenders 59-year-old Rudy Kenyatta and 32-year-old Joyner Scott Sked were arrested for the death of Sanchez. A magistrate's complaint charges the duo with murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. The charges against Sked include a special allegation for use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony attached. According to the complaint, Kenyatta is the homeowner, and Sked, who court documents say is his girlfriend, frequently visited. Once at the residence, officers saw a padlock and chain securing the front door and smelled an odor that suspected a person may be dead inside. GPD used a ladder to gain a vantage point where they observed Sanchez's body lying on the floor face down and blood surrounding his body. Once inside the house, authorities saw severe blunt force trauma injuries to the head of deceased Sanchez and stab wounds to the front and back of his torso. Both a hammer and scissors were covered in blood and found near the body. Witness interviews determined that a couple days prior, on April 1st, Kenyatta, Sked, and a third male suspected to be Sanchez were seen outside the residence, in which one neighbor reported they heard yelling. Kenyatta was located and detained. He allegedly told police that, quote, Joyner did it. A witness stated to officers that Sked told them that she stabbed Sanchez while Kenyatta kept beating on him. The couple made their initial appearance in Superior Court late this afternoon for their magistrate's hearing. The government requested they both be held a $100,000 cash bail. Assistant Attorney General Jeremiah Luther.
This is a high bond amount, but we believe that it is appropriate given the circumstances. The violence in this case is outstanding. The police describe a scene where the victim was found face down in his own blood, beaten to death with a hammer and stabbed well over 10 times. The murder weapons appear to be at the scene. I would also point out that this individual has multiple pretrial cases that are open. She had already been put on house arrest by Your Honor.
Both defendants' long criminal history was detailed by probation in court. As we reported in November of last year, Sked was charged with child abuse as a misdemeanor and arrested after a toddler was found walking unattended through a Sinahanya neighborhood. Prior to that, in April 2020, she was arrested and charged along with Kenyatta for a family violence incident that occurred in Inmate. As for Kenyatta, he has had several previous run-ins with the law, criminal history dating back to the 80s when he was convicted of manslaughter for the death of a U.S. Marine. Despite defense counsel's arguments for leniency, ultimately Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan set the cash bails at $100,000 for Sked and $50,000 for Kenyatta. Both remain confined. Kenyatta and Sked's next court appearance was scheduled for April 15th. A new shipment of coronavirus vaccines has arrived. Public Health will be administering the doses in the next few days on the Path to Half, an initiative to get at least 50% of the adult population vaccinated by May 1st. Nestor Lacanto has an update.
Over the weekend, Public Health received a total of 40,740 double doses and 13,000 single-dose vaccines. About 25,000 are from Pfizer, 15,000 from Moderna, and 1,300 are Johnson & Johnson single doses. DPHSS Director Art San Augustine says they also received another 4,680 doses for the Southern Region Community Health Center and 5,850 doses for the Northern Center.
Total doses for the health centers received is 10,530, and that's what we have at this time in terms of recent arrivals of vaccines. We do expect more vaccines this month, and that is what we have received as of yesterday.
Meanwhile, the CDC issued somewhat mixed new guidance over the weekend, stating that while fully vaccinated persons are safe to travel, it does not recommend non-essential trips. Governor Leon Guerrero says her medical advisory team is discussing the CDC news, but says it won't likely factor into her decision to ease quarantine protocols come May 1st.
It also defers to what the states and territories are implementing as their protocols. So we will continue to require a negative PCR. We will continue with our current protocol until May 1st. May 1st, we will probably change our quarantine protocols, and it would be more likely that we would require a negative PCR test, and then they can go home.
Arriving passengers would still be required to be on SARA and COVID alert tracing apps, and the governor says they are still discussing whether the easing will also apply to those arriving from hotspot countries such as the Philippines, where cases have been spiking.
They are going to be meeting later on again today, I think, or tomorrow to discuss this more. So, as you know, Nestor, things can change depending on what's happening, but right now that's the plan.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Over 31,000 taxpayers are eligible for the third round of stimulus payments here in the Sinamay.
The Division of Revenue and Tax received the agreement from the IRS, which we approved this morning. Have IRS finalize the agreement in the next day. And so we should be receiving over close to $85 million over the weekend and in our accounts by Monday.
Atilik says direct deposits for the third round of stimulus will be issued starting at the end of next week, and the distribution of paper checks will follow soon after.
I ask that all taxpayers be patient with us as we deal out of checks and tax refunds or returns are being processed. We ask that you give us that patience. And if you want your checks right away, I encourage you to log on to our Department of Finance website and opt into the direct deposit. This will be the quickest way to receive your stimulus checks.
The website to register for direct deposit is stimulus.dof.gov.mp. But Atilik states only local banks will be used for wire transfers of direct deposit.
Please be mindful that we are using your tax data from your 2019 tax return. And should someone be having more dependents from 2019 and you're filing your 2020, you will be receiving the additional stimulus when you file your 2020 tax returns.
Atilik says if more money is needed, a request will be sent to the IRS to ensure all taxpayers get the third round of stimulus payment.
The governor and his economic task force have been hard at work basically putting together a plan how to get back the tourism industry online. So they're talking about creating this travel bubble that they're looking to get back online sometime in the summer. I can't really say definitively as to when that target goal is.
Countries being discussed at this time are Taiwan, Japan, and Korea.
The plan is to basically try to get both the airlines and the hotel industry to communicate with each other, to work out a plan, to put together an incentive program now that the government has received some additional assistance from the federal government to try to find a way basically to incentivize the resumption of the tourism industry.
But Hines states these countries and time frame are not definite, so CPA must find other ways to bring in revenue.
Even if you say, hey, come, it just depends on the demand, right? And so there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of indeterminable factors at this point in time. So we can't rely, CPA can't rely on those projections or that plan at this point in time. We want to see actual numbers.
For now, we'll see you all at 6 tonight on Prime Time.
Yes, I'm just looking up something. Give me a break. All right. A glitch in its email public comment system has left the Navy a bit red-faced. The system is supposed to accept public comments on the proposed construction of an administration and communication building and a medical dental clinic on Marine Corps Base Camp Blas. But the Pratehi, Latex, and Save Retidian group complained that some members' email comments were being bounced back by the system. The group issued a public statement saying it was deeply disappointed that the email is suddenly failing the day of the deadline for public comments. The Navy apologized for what it said was a technical issue and extended the deadline another 2 weeks from April 3rd to April 17th. Comments should still be sent to crywebcomment@navy.mil. The comment period is required under the programmatic agreement signed with Gov Guam. That is CRI web comment at navy.mil.
Wait a minute.
I was like, yeah, you guys cry to this in your comments.
Wait a minute, Chris wrote this.
CRI. Bipartisan legislation has been introduced to mandate government of Guam agencies be more transparent with their meetings. Bill 102 would require that all Gov Guam agency meetings, deliberations, and decision-making sessions be broadcast live via a government-designated channel or via online platforms, except for executive sessions and other meetings expressly authorized by law to be closed. Bill 102 would also mandate agencies publish detailed agenda items as part of their already required public meeting notices. Additionally, any action taken by a public agency not in compliance with the proposed law will be void and of no effect. The legislation was introduced by Senators Joanne Brown, Teresa Lai, and Senator Tello Taitagui. Moving from an appointed ethics commission to an elected one, that is the intent of a bill introduced Monday by Senator James Moylan. Current law allows the governor to appoint members to the ethics commission and for the legislature to confirm them. The law has been on the books for years, but was recently implemented by Governor Lulian Guerrero in 2019 when she made appointments to the commission. The goal of the bill is to ensure an independent body is in place. Quote, this legislation allows the voters of Guam and not elected officials to select who will sit within an entity entrusted with ensuring that ethical standards are met in public service. The election process of the elected commission would be very similar to that of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. The bill proposes voters to select 7 members to the Guam Ethics Commission starting in November of next year. The island's gun community made it a point to show their support at yesterday's public hearing on Bill 73, otherwise known as the Hearing Protection Act of 2021. Here is Peter Santos with more.
A virtual public hearing was held today on what's being called the Hearing Protection Act of 2021. The proposed bill would amend current law to allow for the use of suppressors, commonly known as silencers, in the use of a firearm. Numerous public testimonies during the hearing focused on the main purpose of a suppressor, that being decreasing the noise level when discharging the firearm to a more manageable level. But while almost every testimony had been in favor of the proposed bill, including several lawmakers voicing their support, Speaker Teresa Terlahi held out as the voice of contention.
Well, with law enforcement as it is today, not always available in every one of our communities, wouldn't it be in the best interest of the community to know exactly where these gunshots were coming from and not for those the location of the gunshots to be distorted in any way? I want to know where the gunshots are coming from. I want to be able to tell law enforcement. We all should be able to help them and point out which direction it was coming from. I want that to be easily discernible when we need it to be, and not even more difficult to track these things.
According to the president of the American Suppressor Association, Knox Williams, suppressed or not suppressed, a gunshot is a gunshot.
I would counter that the difference between someone who can identify suppressed gunfire versus unsuppressed gunfire, if you can identify one, you'll be able to identify the other.
Okay, so you're saying that these articles that say that it makes it difficult to detect the direction of the gun, or more difficult to direct the detection of the gunshot, those articles are all inaccurate?
Gunshots are still identifiable because one of the main noise sources is the actual sound of the bullet traveling through the air. Yes, ma'am. I would contend that most of those people haven't actually been around many suppressed firearms.
For more on Bill 73, the full public hearing is available on the Guam Legislature YouTube channel. For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
And in national news, in a new sign that Americans are ready to move on from the pandemic, more people traveled by air over the weekend than at any point since the crisis began. But health officials are concerned about whether loosening restrictions will lead to another spike in infections. Errol Barnett is at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey.
In San Jose, California, Kathy Anderson reunited with her daughter for the first time in a year.
I love you too.
Anderson is one of the millions of Americans who returned to the skies this weekend, shattering pandemic travel records. Increased demand prompted Delta Airlines to temporarily open up middle seats, and Americans' domestic bookings are at 90% of pre-pandemic levels.
It just seems like all of a sudden it's a rush.
Larry Pettis says he felt more comfortable flying because he'd been fully vaccinated. He's one of the 61 million Americans, roughly 1/5 of U.S. adults, who fall in that category.
We know for vaccinated people, it's reasonably safe to do this. But among unvaccinated people, it is not yet. And I'm worried that it's going to lead to, unfortunately, more infections and more hospitalizations.
Dr. Ashish Jha says decreased testing, relaxation of public health measures, and new variants are now contributing to the spread of COVID in several states.
It really is a race right now between these variants that have become widespread and are spreading much more effectively and quickly, and how many people we can protect through vaccines.
The variant initially detected in the UK now accounts for about 26% of COVID cases in the US. And this weekend, officials announced a new variant initially identified in India was found in the Bay Area.
It's actually just made up of a couple of other variants that we've seen elsewhere. The data so far suggests that it may be more contagious, like the UK variant is.
Now, as scary as that sounds, Josh says that the vaccines do appear effective against the new variants, and more Americans are getting vaccinated, which is welcome news for the travel industry, the sector really being battered by the pandemic. Hotel and leisure businesses added 280,000 jobs during the month of March, but the unemployment rate is still twice the national average at roughly 13%. Errol Barnett, CBS News, Newark, New Jersey.
The Joint Information Center reports that out of 647 test samples taken April 4th, 7 came back positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 6 reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine, bringing the total of officially reported cases to 7,823 since March of last year. 31 cases are active, 7,600 have recovered. To date, there have been a total of 136 COVID-related deaths. The CAR score remains at 0.2. As far as vaccination numbers, a total of 88,349 doses have been administered. 56,143 have received their first dose, while 32,206 residents are fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, there will be a village vaccination clinic at the Talafofo mayor's office from 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock this afternoon while supplies last. Actually, that will be held at the Talafofo gym. Also at the University of Guam Fieldhouse, vaccinations are being administered there. Go to Eventbrite and the scan and plan on our Facebook page to schedule an appointment. In the meantime, the VAPPC yesterday discussed the latest development with the Pfizer vaccine and trials with individuals 12 to 15 years of age. Discussions on expanding age eligibility, however, were tabled pending approval from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the FDA. That's your news. Stay tuned for the link, or to the link, for more after the break.
The world of television. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Maria, she can fix that, yes, real quickly. Got me down on my hands and knees. Hail Mary, full of grace. Our Father, what a woman you've made. What a woman you've made. Chamorita, yes, the queen of queens. So humble, so kind, she can be so nice. But you push the button, you get the bad side. If the hair tie come off, that is a bad sign. You better run, you better hide. Let me tell you about this girl, she take no shit from no one. She run the island like a MAGA hog with gun. High and business, off this touch. She the reason why we got this one. She's the color.
I'm in love with a Chamarita girl. That's a smiling Garrido. Yeah, familiar Garrido.
I really like that raspiness.
Yeah, it's
that,
cool.
That adds like a grit, like in a very very good
right,
way.
Yeah. Like he just chowed like 4 Roschetti, right?
Yeah. It's like, hey, we gotta lay down. We gotta lay down your track.
Hurry, chow that Roschetti and you get that scratch in your throat. Okay, Chamarita girl.
Okay, wait. Let me ask the two of you, right?
Yeah, okay.
When you guys are growing up, and this is something that typically like grandma would do, right? Nana would do, right? Because my Nana, it didn't matter if we were eating like the baked chicken that was super dry inside, really, really dry, sticky rice, or dried beef. You had to finish all your food before you can drink.
Oh, yeah.
Was it like that for you guys? No?
Oh, yeah.
Mike says no. Chris says yes. And I remember I was like, Nana, this is really good chicken. You know, like I love your the way you make chicken and everything like that. But you know, like can I have like a drink? Finish your food first.
Right, finish your food first. Yep. I wonder why that was. I think it's because it was like they thought it was going to water down our digestive. I think it does, though. Like I used to work on the golf course many years back. I worked on the golf course with it, and they would bring in these Indian H2 workers, and they would drink like warm, like room temp water. And so when I was working it was at Leo Palace. The foreman, they used to go around these big coolers of ice and water, and, you know, everybody who's local would be filling their little, this is before the flask, guys. We used what was called a thermos, igloo cooler. Oh, my God, so lame. But it's basically a caveman flask, right? So it's like white, and it's like a cooler anyway. So we'd be filling it up with ice and water, but then the Indian guys would only do the water without the ice. And they said, oh, because when you... First of all, they're like, oh, if you drink ice water in the hot sun, you get a heat stroke. But mostly it was because they said that the cold water screws up your whole digestive because it solidifies whatever, I guess, fats you're eating. I don't even know the science of it, guys. I'm just telling you. So maybe that's where Grandma was coming from. The other thing we used to do that I don't really do anymore, which is sad, but then it's also because no one really leaves when I cook because they're like, oh, you cooked, I'm staying. When people used to leave when we were eating, we would turn our plates. Did you guys do that?
You turn it upside down or
no,
rotate
not
it?
who would what? Turn it upside down? You would just turn. They'd be like, "Oh, so and so's going to work. Turn your plate, guys," and we just turn our plate for good luck. Never did that.
I never did that. That's
Wow.
interesting, though.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Everybody made rice, right? When we were kids. A lot of people, it's like, okay, when you come home from school, even before you start your homework or start your chores, you have to make rice, right? Did anybody that you guys know have the rice dispensing machine? Like with those tabs that you have one of those? Those things were so much fun. I would sit there and I actually messed up once because I pressed like the big one and you know the big dispenser and rice all over the floor and I got in so much trouble.
We used to store our rice in you remember the old metal trash can?
Yeah.
That Oscar the Grinch was in? My grandparents, the Grouch, yeah. We had one of those, the low one. And they would put the rice in it. It wasn't, obviously, they didn't use it for trash for, you know, what, maybe even ever. But it always reminded me because you could hear when someone would open that metal trash can, you hear like,
oh, yeah.
And then you hear the of the pugas going in the rice pot. So you always knew when someone was going to make rice.
So you had a trash can full of rice. I'm just imagining a 12-year-old Chris Barnett getting in trouble because you're trying to pretend like you're Keith Carradine from Kung Fu, being like, like jamming like you're doing karate chop into like clean rice.
No, I had Uncle Bill, dude. He looked like Mr. Miyagi, but he was like the biggest fan of David Carradine. I know we're cutting off. Like,
I said Keith Carradine.
Yeah, David Carradine was Kung Fu, right? Was that the name of it? Kung Fu was the show, and he's a blind guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he was visually disabled.
Yeah.
And he would go around and.
This is the guy that's in the Kill Bill series.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in Kill Bill. You had to Google it, guys. I follow this thing on Twitter. It's like retro something, and you follow that? It's like they'll pop up old stuff, and so yesterday there was like this, this episode of the Hulk show.
The Incredible Hulk had the saddest theme music ever. Remember, like at the end when Bruce Banner's always like walking away, he's like, "Well, it was nice to meet you guys, but you know, of course, it's the end of the episode. I can't stay."
Right.
Ding 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 ding.
Right.
Ding 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 ding. Dun, 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 dun. It's like, dude, this thing is sad, man. I feel bad for Bruce Banner.
It was silver.
Like,
my cousin
Bill
JT.
Bixby, can I send you a cookie?
My cousin JT's on the feed, and he was saying, yeah, he remembers the trash can. It was silver. But I think because it was like painted green, I remember something with painted green. But the point I was trying to make is you could always hear when someone's going to make rice. Which was like, we always had to make sure there was rice made. Like, nothing would piss my grandpa off more if he came home and there was no rice.
Wait, but...
cooked.
And you kept that trash can in the house, I'm assuming, right? Or was it outside the house?
It was inside the house.
It was in. Okay, how did you keep?
Oh yeah, see, Glenn Lujan just sent me the picture. He does the same thing, guys. He's like, this is our rice container. Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold it on. We got to show. Nice. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
This is the one. Thought it was crazy. Oh, but see, he puts the bags in there.
One more time, Mike.
See, he puts the bags of rice in there. We would just actually pour the 50-pound bag of rice.
That's tomorrow engineering right there.
It's 7:02. Thanks, guys. You know, sometimes with my friend Jason, he'd be coming out of left field, and, you know, I'm a baseball fan, so if you're going to play left field, I want to play too. And
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
We go on these tangents sometimes, you know, that show our age. It's 7:03. We're KUAM-FM. I got you, Guam. Remember, we kind of switched it up on the link live stream for KUAM TV. We're going on at 8 o'clock on KUAM TV. And we're going to have our extensive look at news with Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. We're getting Senator Joanne Brown on the transparency bill. Senator Jim Moylan on his bill that would make the Ethics Commission elected instead of appointed by the governor. We're getting Kathleen Uggan on this Dedido cleanup. We're getting the former governor, Carl Gutierrez, the GVB president. I think he's bringing Jerry with him. To talk about the May 1st, but he's not just May 1st is what we're being told is the reopening. But Carl, former Governor Gutierrez, is shooting for like April 28th or something. Remember we had him on? He's like, no, I want to go for like April 20 something. And then we're getting Teresa Philippin from the FSM consulate. All of that is coming up right here on the link. It's Tuesday, April 6th. Let's do Cover Me real quick. We got Major Anton Uggan. We're going to go behind bars. Thank you, Major Uggan, for waking up early for us. But first, let's go ahead and knock out this Cover Me.
Yeah, so this is our friend Nestor Quintanilla, a member of the Ling family. He's always sharing time with us. He's in there right now. So Nestor, Hafade, and good morning. This is his daughter, you know, Jada Morian, and she is a budding star in South Carolina, and she is really making a name for herself. And this is her brand new song, and Jada and Nestor let us use this on YouTube. I'll put the link in the comments so you guys can add your own hearts and everything like that. But this is her brand new track, Make You Wanna Say, and this is a in-studio performance. So this is just an artist in front of a mic. Like this is about as raw as you're gonna get. This is someone creating beautiful art.
And now it's brought to you by Burger King. A reading from the book of Burger King, guys. Page 1, chapter 1. Cover Me is brought to you by Burger King, where you can try the BK's new Sourdough King flame grilled goodness now at Burger King. Available at Hagania Tumon and Micronesia Mall. It's Cover Me. Good morning, right here on the link.
That's never gonna change. I'm on my way to you. Can't wait to see the look all over your face. If I tell you it's yours, don't hesitate. You don't ever gotta worry about I'm taking your place. Just don't go giving my love away. Type of love you say, don't wanna let go. Hey, no point in wasting time, tell me what's it gonna be. Don't care what they say, they can see what I see. I'ma hold it down, you should know it's guaranteed. Pride to the side, you the one that I need. I can tell you never had a chick that really held you down. Call you out on how you moving, so you won't look like a clown. If I tell you that I got you, I'ma always be around. But if you ever take advantage, then I'm going out of sound. Tell me you done been hurt, but that was then and this is now. Made a promise to be loyal, keep my word, that's a vow. Let's be there for each other while we figuring it out. There's no need for the drama, toxic habits not allowed. I just wanna love on you, build what you get the picture. Don't listen to your friends, you can't put them in the mixture. No pressure to be perfect, I'm not here to be a fixer. Got your homies thinking, dang, how he be the one to get her. Know you want the real thing, not a fling, best believe that my love is so good, you miss me before I leave. He done hung his jersey up, saying, girl, you all I need. Never had no one like me, different type of degree. Say, no time to waste, boy, got nothing to lose. Just tell me straight, no clues. Now we caught up in the moment, the heat. Your hands on my body, taking over me. It couldn't be clearer that we're meant to be. Say, swear that you'll never leave. Baby, I see it and I feel the vibe. You're mine worth it, wouldn't change us. Oh, yeah. Type of love make you weak and it's got you saying,
Jay, tell us a little bit more about that song.
That's the jam right there.
It's definitely got a feel to it.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, you know,
it's a little R&B and hip hop.
Yeah, she I mean, you know, obviously she's got the main hook and she's singing it, and you know, she stays within like a certain range and everything like that, and then she completely goes into the breakdown and she has like that whole rap, which I want to say was maybe 5 or 6 stanzas. So it's a pretty extensive rap.
Bars.
Thank you.
But you know what's impressive? She did it all in one take.
Yeah, and like
I mean,
said,
I don't know how many takes it took, but that was the one take continuous through.
Okay, and so thank you again to our friend Nestor Quintanilla. We're trying to get Jada on the show. She was
Jada
supposed to come on today.
Quintanilla. There you go. What do you know anything about like where they're from?
I think Nestor. It's Greenville, South Carolina, right? But she's out there, and she is a.
But did they? Obviously, I know they're Chamorro, right? But did they come from Guam, or were they born back there? Or?
That's why we were trying to get her on, because we're like, hey, what's your story? How can we support you and everything like that?
That'd be
But
cool.
she's on all platforms. I put the link in the comment stream, so if you guys want to go check out the YouTube, see like all the other songs she has. Really, really cool stuff.
It's 7:09. Let's go into the Zoom room now, where we have Major Anton Uggan standing by. Good morning, Major. Unmute.
Okay, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for joining us. How's it going, Major?
Going good. It's good. Everything's good.
Okay, I guess we're done. Everything's good, guys. Cancel. Major, so are you guys allowing visitation there at DOC yet?
Not yet, sir. Again, our plan was at the end of April, at the end of this month, to start allowing some visitation, probably immediate family. We're still working out the details, but hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have everything squared away.
What's the status on the incoming? Guys, incoming is where, friends, family of inmates and detainees, they're allowed to drop off packages. First, let's just start at the beginning, Major. Like, what are family members, significant others, whatever, what are they allowed to drop off to inmates and detainees being housed at the Department of Corrections facility in Manila?
Well, Chris, there's a list of authorized items, but the items include personal hygiene, shampoo, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush, even masks. Some families doing masks, laundry soap, and then we allow some snack items, popcorn, the microwavable popcorn, and some other small stuff for the inmates. Just to something else to eat other than just the prison food.
And so that's I know that you guys stood that up last month or something?
Yeah, and it's ongoing. Once a month we have a schedule out, and I think we just finished up towards the end of March, and we'll begin doing it again, I think in about a week or two, for second round again. Every month.
What's the morale of the corrections officers like this time, Major?
Well, of course, it's been a long year, so of course, a lot of us are stressed. Wearing the mask and all the other restrictions of, has been stressful on a lot of us. I guess it's been a year, so. Yeah. But we're doing well. We paid the overtime is pretty much up to date on overtime. COVID pay, they're getting paid, I believe, by this week. 3 or 4 pay periods of COVID pay.
Wow.
We weren't able to pay since November, but I believe once we pay this week, we'll be caught up till December.
What's the average on that, Major? So if it hasn't been paid from November, is it going to be paid retroactively?
Yeah. Like I said, we're getting caught up on all of that. The average officer maybe $200 to $300 extra pay period. So if we're 2, 3 pay periods behind, they get paid, then it could be almost $1,000, give or take. Depends on their hourly rate. It was 25% of your based on your hourly rate, 25% of that. So come February, it knocked down to 10%.
Right.
But we're still working on processing the remaining pay periods, and hopefully we'll have that squared away in the next few weeks.
What was the refresh my memory, Major? What was why has there been such a long delay? And were you guys like recently added to the group that can get the COVID pay or something?
No, we were always at it. Again, with the process, it takes a long time. Just to key it in, the different process to account for it, because it's separate from your regular paycheck. So it requires a separate timesheet to calculate everything. Then it's got to be keyed into the system. And then there was, identifying the funding, because, we've been doing this since, I think, April of last year.
Right.
We've identified some of the funding. Again, it's the CARES Act money.
Yeah.
We had to move some money around, and I think it was possibly over $400,000 to get where we're at now. Again, we're working on the remaining pay periods, but I believe we weren't the only one that was kind of late getting it out. It just takes time, but it's getting there. And by this week, there should be some. It'll be direct deposit, so they need to check their account probably by this week. Whether they got it or not already.
Okay, so some $400,000 and COVID. Is this the COVID differential pay is being paid out retroactively from November to corrections officers at DOC?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And then from November up to what point will it be paid?
If I'm not mistaken, to the month of December.
Okay.
And then we've already been processing the January and February, so we're working on getting that out in the next few weeks too.
Right. So we covered the morale of the COs. What about the inmates and detainees, Major? What are you hearing?
Well, again, right now, other than the incoming, everything's pretty much status quo. We haven't opened up the visitation. We started our RSAP program, but hopefully we can start some religious services too by the end of the month. And in regards to the COVID vaccine, our nurses are getting trained by next week. Our nurses are getting trained to administer the vaccine. And shortly after that, we'll start working on vaccinating the inmates. It's going to be a lot more complicated than just doing the COVID testing that we did, because we have to, of course, keep the housing units separate. We can only give to those that are willing to take it. And when the inmates take the vaccine, there's that 15 to 20 minute where they have to be under observation of medical staff, right? They have to sit on one side and take that thing. So, of course, it'll be a slower process to get it done, but we're committed to get it done. I'm not sure how long it will take. I guess once we do the first unit, we'll know more about the logistics and what we need to adapt to, make it work smoother. Again, this is the first time we'll be doing something like this. So.
Yeah.
But, our nurses are committed. We're committed to get it done. It's just going to, take time to vaccinate the whole, all the inmates that want to receive the vaccination.
And how many is that? What are you tracking with the numbers of inmates? And is it detainees too, Major, or just the inmates?
No. We want anybody that's in our custody at the time to give the vaccine, if they're willing to take it, we're willing to give it to them. Right now, our population is about 560 maybe, about, give or take. It fluctuates between that number. And obviously, some may not want to take it due to medical concerns or just concerns about the vaccine itself. But we're trying to educate them and let them know, what we can about the vaccine. And hopefully, more inmates will take it. And we'll just see once we start rolling it out. I think majority of them are going to take it. They want to also protect their family and protect themselves too. So especially when we start opening up visitation and stuff, I'm pretty sure they don't want their family to get sick.
Good point. Major, right now though, DOC is COVID free now?
Yes, sir. We don't have any COVID in our prison. We still have our isolation unit up here, post 7, for those that new arrestees that don't want to take the test. But majority of the inmates that are the ones that are coming in are taking the COVID vaccine. Our staff is administering it, and if it's negative, they're still put in an isolation area, just in case something develops later. After so much time there, then they might be moved to another part of the prison.
We had a comment or a question more. I'm not aware, but does DOC have a commissary?
No, sir. We are We do worked on a request for proposal. It's with GSA, still GSA. Their target date, they were, as far as we were informed, was they were going to try to get it out by the end of March. Put it out for request for proposals. But as of yesterday, it wasn't out yet. We're following up with GSA to see when they expect to put it out for bid.
So it's not an emergency procurement?
No, sir, we're not gonna go emergency procurement. It's we got to go the right route for that.
Right on. What about contraband incidences?
Well, occasionally we still find some stuff thrown on our perimeter. Nothing real major, but Copenhagen, I guess, was the last one we found. Tobacco and cigarettes and lighters and stuff like that. But again, it's continuing. I mean, we still have to be on our toes because they're still going to try to smuggle in the contraband.
What have you guys been finding? So just that, the chewing tobacco, any meth, weed, pills?
Not that I can recall. Not in the last month or two. I cannot recall the ice and stuff, but there was a few tobacco, like I said, cigarettes. I'm not sure if I saw a cell phone in one of them. They tried to, throw in a cell phone.
Wow.
It just varies different times. I mean, at one point, even Dedido Nancy was thrown in. So, they try to get whatever they can.
Dedido Nancy, what kind?
The little red jar, the red one,
All right.
They wonder how.
I know. So they don't, right now they're deprived, right? Of anything pica or what?
Yeah, life's hard. There's just no hot pepper. It's just tough.
That should be you guys' deterrent because there's so much crime out here. DOC, don't eat free. Don't do it, guys. If you like your pica, don't do the crime because you'll do the time. You'll do the time without the pica.
Right.
So there's nothing, because I remember you guys had busted one of your own guards bringing in like sriracha or something, right?
Yes. That was a while back. He had sriracha sauce and some other stuff in there, but the main one, that itself is not bad. I mean, the officers sometimes bring in their own stuff for their meals.
Yeah.
Right. And it was the tobacco products and stuff like that is not off the right.
Yeah, this was an officer who I believe is appealing his termination, was busted smuggling in like, I don't know, crazy amount of chewing tobacco. And he's like, oh, no, it's for my personal. But there's no chewing tobacco at all allowed in the facility, whether you're a guard or the major or the director, right?
No, sir. Tobacco products are not allowed.
Right. And then he was also bringing in sriracha, which is okay if it's just for the guards.
Well, I mean, you can bring in of course they have to bring in their own meals, right? For them to eat. We don't feed them here. And so sometimes they do bring in their own Tabasco, their own sauce that go with it. That's not necessarily a problem. But of course you start finding it if you find it in the inmate's personal property, and start showing up on the inmates when we don't have a commissary for it, and that becomes a problem.
Have you guys ever busted any other like Dedido Nancy or Tabasco in the general pop?
Not recently, but we'll keep our eyes open.
Because that could actually be a deadly weapon, right? Is that in the hands of an inmate in an altercation, they could somehow put the Tabasco or the Dedido Nancy into the eyes of
Yeah, I mean, yes, anything they're creative. Anything here can be a weapon, but things like that, probably can be used, for other ways other than just eating it.
Right.
I haven't heard of any stories of it, but it's possible.
Right on. Let's just go back to the vaccinations, Major. So about 560 inmates and population in the house. But do you have an estimate? Because I know you said you guys are doing the education and the outreach for the vaccinations, and that your nurses have also been trained to administer the vaccines. But let me ask you, do you have like a ballpark figure of the 560? How many are already saying that, they want to get the shot?
When, roughly, I think before when this first started a few months back, I think we were probably looking at over 400. The nurses are being trained next week, not this week. The nurses are going to be trained next week on how to administer it, fill out the documents, and go through all those requirements. And then I think right now they're doing a current survey this week, probably this week and next week, doing a survey. Getting the inmates to probably put in a sick call request that they want the COVID, and so we'll have a general idea. But I'm almost certain, at minimum, it'll probably be half the population, if not more, that would generally want the vaccine. But obviously there's going to be a few that, for whatever reasons, are not comfortable taking it.
What about the status of the memorandum of understanding with GBWC, the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center?
So DOC made we reviewed the MOU and made some adjustments and some other recommendations, and it was given back to Guam Behavioral for their review. And so right now we're still in that phase of back and forth until we're able to finally work everything out. But Chris, even without that, at this point, we do have staff from Guam Behavioral that do come here on a daily basis to meet some of the clients here, some of the inmates. We do have a limited it's almost like telemedicine, but you're dealing with a psychologist. So we have that set up here. So if we don't need to transport them to Guam Behavioral, we can actually put them in front of a computer and they can meet with the psychologist from Guam Behavioral. And we have our own staff here that are working in our mental health area unit. And so we are providing the services to them. And again, if they need more services, we do transport them to Guam Behavioral where they can, be seen up there in their area. There's been a few times where they have been committed to stay at Guam Behavioral. They've been either court committed or based on the doctor's recommendation, they've been, housed there. And of course, we send our officers with them and have to stay up there and monitor them while they're there. So.
Major, what about there was a bill, I want to say it was one of these like bipartisan bills. It was the vice speaker, and I want to say Senator Moylan, this was the one about the conversations between inmates, detainees, and their lawyers.
Okay.
Did you guys have a position on that?
Yes, Bill. So right now, Chris, we have what we call our PayTel phone system.
Right.
And every inmate has an account, and they're allowed to call their family and even their attorney. Now, in the system, attorney numbers can be set to do not record, right? So that you have a private conversation. We're not allowed to listen to attorney-client calls. So we have quite a few lists of attorney phone numbers that are in our system that when an inmate calls that particular number, there is no recording of it. And so they're allowed to communicate with their attorney that way. The issue is that some of the inmates don't have money. They don't have family support, or they don't have a lot of money to put in their phone system. So how do you give them access to their attorney? And who pays for it? That's the next cost. Who should pay for those inmates who don't have the money to pay for their phone calls? And so this bill would take, so the government of Guam receives, not DOC, but the government receives 15% commission from the phone company that is operating our PayTel system. And the money goes into the general fund. So what this bill, I think, proposes to do is take that money and put it into a separate account that can be used to cover the cost of indigent inmates' attorney phone calls, right? And so we support that. I mean, we all want to give access to the inmates on their attorneys. That's a constitutional right, and we don't want to interfere with that. And but somebody has to pay for it because our phone system is a private company that operates it. So how do you best do that? And maybe taking this money and using it. I don't know how much these attorney calls, free calls will cost, but we ran a pilot program with the public defender's office, alternate public defender, for 2 months giving all the inmates that called a certain number there free access. And for 1 month, it was over $400 just for that, to call the alternate public defender. So, you know, it might, you know, cost a couple more. Of course, if we're going to do all attorneys, the bill starts off by talking about just those with no account, but then it goes into all inmates and detainees. So we need to figure out, are they intent to, you know, every inmate and detainee, whether they have money or not in their account, should be entitled to the free phone calls. And again, that's just a matter of interpretation. We'll see how the bill goes. And is the commission, the government, the amount of money the government is receiving from this, would it be able to cover the entire cost if in the event all costs our attorneys are associated with, you know, going to come out of this fund? So we'll just have to see how it goes and where the bill moves.
Let's talk a little bit about recidivism. Are you able to say offhand what the recidivism rate is at the prison?
No, you know, I haven't looked at the numbers lately. I know this past year it probably went down due to the, you know, people not coming into the prison as much. But you know, the recidivism, sir, can be a very tricky thing to figure out because, you know, I don't believe there's a law actually on Guam what we constitute recidivism. But generally it's coming back to prison, right? If you're coming back for a new crime within a certain time frame, I think usually it's within 3 years, you know, you're counted as recidivism. If that includes parole violation or probation violators, I'm not sure. But I think prior to this, our recidivism was pretty high, probably over 60%. And, you know, a lot of it probably is due to the drugs and stuff. And then we had a lot that come back for probation violation and parole violations and pretrial condition violation and all those other issues. Yeah. So it's probably over 60%, Chris, but I don't have the actual numbers in front of me.
Right. Well, just asking, I'm sure you know, because of the recent murder in Inmate, where, and we see it all the time when, you know, people get arrested for these crimes. It's like, oh, they got a record that's, you know, 5 feet long, or oh, they were on the one that gets me, and I know this is a courts thing, is when you have people committing felonies while on felony release. We've just seen so many of those. And then so with this murder in Inmate, you have Rudy Canata and then this Joyner Sked lady, both very intimately familiar with the prison system. And frankly, no one's surprised when these people commit these crimes because they're like, oh, they're just bad, right? So on your end, when you see people go out and then back on the news, coming back in, how does it make you feel, and what can DOC do better to address this high recidivism rate?
Well, you know, sir, again, with our population is, like I said, almost 600, probably half of them are detainees. We don't have a lot of programs for detainees, again, simply because, you know, detainees have not gone through the criminal justice system and they're not convicted. We really have our RSTAC program, and you know, it's tough because each of the prisoners are different. They have unique situations. A lot of them are drug uses, and one key to treating a lot of them, sir, on the drugs and stuff is their willingness to be treated. We can offer all kinds of programs. Again, right now, we don't really have that many programs at this point, but we're working on it. But even when we offer, there's a lot of factors of why someone comes back to prison. So it's just not one single issue. It could be, like I said, they're not willing to admit they have a drug problem. They're not willing to deal with this drug problem or whatever problem they have. And even if we did it in prison, sir, you know, the classes are 45, even their 45-day classes, it takes a lot more to change somebody's, you know, behavior and years of abuse and years of wrong thinking, you know, how they think and how they deal with other people. Some of them, anger management, behavioral issues, drugs, job skills, you know, those are a host of different problems. And, you know, it's tough to put your finger on it. On you know, you may be able to help one or two, and that's great. The other ones, sometimes it just takes them to grow up and they finally realize this is not the life for me. And they have to make that decision that I'm not going to do this anymore. And that's the hard part. How do you convince them that this is not the way to go? It's tough. I mean, really, there's not one answer to this whole problem.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're saying that we know it takes the programs, but they're not doing the programs, and then we have one RSAT that just fills up I mean, even before you even announce it, I mean, you can't really say that we are doing our part.
Well, again, like detainees, sir, we can't offer programs to detainees because they're not even convicted yet. They're not even convicted of a certain crime, so you don't really offer drug and those kind of programs to them because, you know, when they're doing these programs, they're not convicted. So anything they say in these programs might and could be used against them in court. So they have to be very careful when you offer programs to people who are not found guilty of anything yet. And then with detainees, you don't know how long they're going to be in jail. So even if you start a program, are they going to be able to complete the program? Because they could be released depending on which way their criminal trial goes or their case goes.
Right.
And so those are things you have to figure out. You know, sometimes programs in the community are best suited for drugs. The main problem here, I think, is drugs.
Right.
And so maybe more community programs. But again, if the inmate doesn't want to partake in it or doesn't want to take advantage of it or even make use of it, then it's up to them.
You're right. Good point, Major. Thank you for your time. I know we did a little bit earlier today, so I appreciate that.
No problem.
And take it easy. Have a good day.
Okay, you too, sir.
Okay, Major. Major Anton Uggan. We're going to take a quick break and come back with more of the link and the Executive Director of the Guam Election Commission next. Good morning.
The world of KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Now Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Austin Saralou, who's the grandson of Larry Saralou, who originally did this Angelina Colassa song. It's 7:42. It's Tuesday, April 6th. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Link. Proudly brought to you by East West Rental. We should go rent us a Bobcat over there, dude, and just like mess around. You know, that'd be a cool video. Link on location. Sabrina tries the Bobcat. Do you know what a Bobcat is?
It's like a backhoe or something?
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's the way you drive it. It's like these two sticks, and then you put them both forward to go forward, and then you kind of... I used to be an operator way back in the day.
Good for you.
Thanks. Thank you, East West Rental, for sponsoring this. Cowboy Enterprises. Oh, man. Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E. Carrier for all my aircon babies. Don't be scared of the sun. 647 cool. Also, Jack in the Box. Yep, Jack in the Box. Meat. Triple bonus Jack. It's back. A returning favorite. It's Jack's triple bonus Jack combo. Everything you need to indulge. Add a patty. I know you were starving for thick, juicy meat during Lent. So go and do it. Make it a quad. That's 4 patties for $1 more. Okay? Thank you, Jack in the Box. 743. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where the Guam Election Commission's Executive Director, Miss Maria Pangilinan, is standing by. Good morning, Miss Maria.
Half a day, Chris and Sabrina.
Half a day. How are you? It's
Long
been
time.
a while.
I haven't seen you since last year in the Zoom.
We're good, and we are busy.
And people would think that you're not busy because it's not an election year.
We're preparing our reports. We've got our voter registrar training going starting up next month or this month. We have to hurry up and get our voter registrars out there because we're down to 47,000 registered voters on Guam.
We're down to 47,000?
Yes, sir.
Is that low?
Yeah, we had to purge 8,900 voters because they did not vote in the general elections of 2018 and 2020.
Wow.
So we had to take their names off our list.
And then how do those people, well, I guess if they want to go vote, they just go register? Or do you guys notify them like, hey, we took you off the list for inactivity?
Yes. Actually, we notified them twice. We notified them in January before we purged them, and then we notified them again in February when we purged them.
Is that an unusually high number?
Absolutely.
Do you think that maybe some of these people didn't vote in 2018 because whatever, they didn't like the smell of the candidates, and then maybe didn't vote in 2020 because COVID?
Well, one of the things that we've discussed at the Guam Election Commission is that we've candidates, political parties have upped their game in registration and voter registration. And on top of all that, the highest rate of increase can be attributed to motor voter registration. And that's when somebody who wants to go renew their driver's license or get a driver's license or get a new or renew their Guam ID, they can also register to vote at the DMV. So we received maybe thousands from them. And so that upped our registration numbers, and proportionally to those that show up to vote, it's a little bit lower. But you'll see all that. You'll see all that in the election comparative analysis of 2020. That's the report that the Election Commission is currently working on to put out June 30th, where you'll see the statistics of what's going on, what happened in 2020.
Do you have, though, off the top of your head, how many people didn't, out of the registered voters who did not vote in 2020?
Are you ready, girl? It's about our voter, I think our voter turnout was like 30 to 40%, the lowest ever.
Wow. So if I was one of these senators who got elected, I would feel kind of down that I was elected by so few people.
Well, not to change the subject, but I'm wondering what the legislature will do with regard to early voting.
Yeah.
Right.
And
because we had for the general election, we had over 13,000 people show up for early voting. So we wonder if the senators will, what we're going to do about it for the 2022 and upcoming elections, because in the books right now, in the law books right now, if you want to vote early, you have to have an excuse.
Right. And so what you're basically implying is that maybe we should just do away with this having to have an excuse or a reason to vote early and just let the people vote early because...
And it seems like there's, the people want to vote early.
Yeah.
That's what it's looking like for the Guam Election Commission. I mean, 13,000 compared to in the past, just a little over 1,000 every election cycle.
Right. And I know a lot of it was because, like, we voted early because of the pandemic, and we wanted to, kind of not get it out of the way because we take it serious. But are you just thinking that even without COVID, without a pandemic, people just want to get in and cast their vote, and it really seems like it would be about making it convenient?
I think so, Chris. And also, making it more convenient would up the voter participation.
Right. Ahead of the gubernatorial election, do you anticipate this happening? Have you been in conversation with any of our elected lawmakers about a measure like this?
Actually, we have a meeting set up with our oversight chair staff. So Senator Joseph Augustin's, who is our oversight chair, they reached out to us and asked us to meet. So we're going to meet this week, start talking about recommendations. With our election comparative analysis report, that's due June 30th of every odd year, that comes by law with recommendations from the Guam Election Commission to upgrade and update the election code of Guam. So we brought those forward. It seems difficult, and that's probably what it is, for bills to pass that contain, 21 chapters of revisions, or revisions for 21 chapters. So Senator Joe was talking about making it so that we do it in steps. They'll ask the Guam Election Commission to prioritize or put a timeline to the different sections of the code.
What about voter fraud? I know in the past we've had instances where the dead have risen to vote.
Chris, it's Easter, but our Guam cemeteries are still intact. We receive every month from the Department of Public Health and Social Services a death list. So we comb that death list and see which ones are registered to vote, and we take them off. So even in the purge list, we had I think October, November, December, and January deaths that we had to take out from the voter registry.
And you also have is there a deadline coming up, Ms. Maria, for financial disclosures?
Well, actually, for for the candidates that ran in 2020, those with deficits, they have to file with us every 3 months. Those with surpluses, they have to file with us every 6 months. Those with a deficit had a deadline of March 30th. And those with a surplus and deficit, because it's every 3 months, their deadline is around June. June 30th is a new deadline. So those are coming in. So, you and I have said that we feel like the election is just right around the corner. So what happens is, if these people with surpluses or deficits are going to run, Then when they start collecting contributions or they start spending for 2022, within 10 days, they'll file an organizational report. So those supplemental reports will stop, and in comes the organizational report. So the organizational report is due from candidates within 10 working days of spending or collecting $250 or over.
What about the Lou and Josh fundraiser? Did they file anything on the fundraiser they had recently, or is that not due until before the primary next year?
Yes, so they filed an organizational report some time back.
Right.
And I believe they wanted to amend it to, and so I believe the amendment was filed. And if the amendment was filed, then at that point, at that time of filing, they should have updated their financials.
What would they have to amend?
You know, I'm sorry?
What would they have to amend?
Kind of sounds like you're trying to tell us something there.
No, I'm not. So amendments may be required if you're going to change your treasurer, if you're going to change your bank account. That one is critical for the Guam Election Commission to supervise campaign finance. So if a candidate is going to change out their checking account, they're required to have a checking account if they're collecting contributions. So if that's going to be changed, the organizational report by law must include the checking account information. And so that would make an amendment of the organizational report required.
Okay, so we'll call down there later and see what they filed. I just wanted to touch real quick on this, the FEC letters to Congressman San Nicolas. There's just been a bunch. What's you guys' involvement in? Is there any, or because I know he files with you, with you guys being the state rep of like kind of the FEC. I know he files with you, but on the like enforcement or any side.
So the Federal Election Commission is in charge of campaign finance, or it takes over campaign finance for federal candidates, including our Congress, our delegate to Congress. The Guam Election Commission does have a hand in making sure that we accept or we receive a copy of what is filed with the Federal Election Commission. So we still have supervisory responsibility, even to the delegate to Congress. That is one of the immediate issues we want to address. The timing of the submission of election campaign finance reports. What happens is the organizational report can be turned in even as early as 4 years before the gubernatorial election. But the next campaign finance report from a gubernatorial team is only due for about 4 years later, 10 days before the primary. If there are any issues or any corrections that need to be made, the Guam Election Commission is not capable of handling the review of those reports right when they're submitted.
Right.
That's 10 days before the primary. That's the height of election preparation. So we have asked to change the timing of the submission, and we are asking to make it so that, they can submit it in a timely manner that suits the candidate as well as the Guam Election Commission.
Right. Yeah.
We have been fielding calls on how to handle campaign finance. We've been fielding calls since even late last year.
Yeah.
So in that regard, we would like to see maybe possibly a quarterly submission of these reports. It helps the candidate because as Guam Election Commission reviews the reports and points out discrepancies that need to be corrected, then it won't happen again for the next quarterly report. That's one of the things we're looking at. It would mirror just the submission dates would mirror Federal Election Commission.
Right. I don't know whatever happened because I remember that, and this is because of the bunch of stories I did. You guys were doing a huge review of the campaign finance violations, and we never heard anything from it.
So, in the Guam Election Code,
I got it.
In
It's
chapters.
it remains confidential. I know, Miss Rhea, we're
That's
up against
correct.
the top of the hour. Right on. Thank you for checking in, though. Appreciate it.
Hanzu Masi, Zeus Masi.
Okay, there's Miss Maria Pangolin of the Guam Election Commission. It's 7:58. We're about to jump on KUAM TV this morning as we have switched it up a little bit, and we're broadcasting on television, KUAM television. That's the best kind of television there is. The second half of the Link show, which will start very, very briefly, super briefly, as my kids might say. With our 8 o'clock newscast with Sabrina Salas-Matanani. So to our listeners here on The Breeze, we are KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. The Breeze 93.9. The radio home of The Link. We're also on the Facebook Live. Thank you guys for jumping on the Facebook Live. We had a comment here from Margarita. Why is she using a mask when at home? You don't know her situation at her house. You don't. You don't know if she has someone that she's trying to protect or keep safe, or just mind your business, girl. It's 8 o'clock again. KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. Tell me when we're on, guys. We're going to switch, yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So thank you guys again for jamming with us. We're jumping over on KUAM TV. The stream will continue. Facebook Live, and of course, audio, Channel 10. There's an audio stream, and right here on the radio. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios. Good morning, Guam. Welcome to The Link. It's proudly brought to you by East West Rental. Carrier from Aircom Babies at 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. It's the April 6th episode of The Link. Good morning. For Jason Salas, Mike V, our master control team in the KUAM News Squad. It is 8:01. Here's who's coming up on the show. Senator Joanne Brown's got a bill about transparency. Senator Jim Moylan's got a bill about accountability and ethics, making the Ethics Commission elected positions instead of appointed by the Magahaga. We're also getting, there's a big cleanup going on in Dedido we'll tell you more about. 9:15, former Governor Carl G., the czar of permitting and the president of GVB is also coming on. And then we're going to go to the FSM consulate and catch up with Teresa Philippin, ask her about stranded travelers, vaccination efforts with the FSM community, and just a whole bunch of stuff, okay? Now let's get right into the news at 8:01 with the very latest. From the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning.
Off it, everybody. The couple accused for the brutal beating and deadly stabbing of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez made an initial appearance in Superior Court yesterday afternoon for their magistrate's hearing. Repeat offenders 59-year-old Rudy Cananta and 32-year-old Joyner Sked face murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. The charges against Sked include a special allegation for use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. On Saturday, April 3rd, the Guam Police Department received a welfare check call. In response, officers went to a pneumatic home where they found the expired body of Sanchez. According to the magistrate's complaint, Kanata is the homeowner and Sked, who court documents say is his girlfriend, frequently visited. Once at the residence, officers say the front door secured with a padlock and chain. GPD used a ladder to gain a vantage point where they observed Sanchez's body lying on the floor, face down, and blood surrounding his body. Documents say authorities saw severe blunt force trauma injuries to the head of deceased Sanchez and stab wounds to the front and back of his torso. Both a hammer and scissors were covered in blood and found near the body. Kanata was located and detained. He allegedly told police that Joyner did it. A witness stated to officers that Sked told them that she stabbed Sanchez while Kanata kept beating on him. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan set the cash bail at $100,000 for Sked and $50,000 for Kanata. Both remain confined. Their next court appearance has been scheduled for April 15th. A glitch in its email public comment system has left the Navy a bit red-faced. The system is supposed to accept public comments on the proposed construction of an administration and communication building and a medical dental clinic on Marine Corps Base Camp Bloss. But the Pratehi Litexan Save Retidian group complained that some members' email comments were being bounced back by the system. The group issued a public statement saying it was deeply disappointed that the email is suddenly failing the day of the deadline for public comments. The Navy apologized for what it said was a technical issue and extended the deadline another 2 weeks from April 3rd to April 17th. Comments should still be sent to CRI web comment at navy.mil. The comment period is required under the programming agreement signed with the government of Guam. Bipartisan legislation has been introduced to mandate the government of Guam agencies be more transparent with their meetings. Bill 102 would require that all GovGuam agency meetings, deliberations, and decision-making sessions be broadcast live via a government-designated channel or via online platforms, except for executive sessions and other meetings expressly authorized by law to be closed. Bill 102 would also mandate agencies publish detailed agenda items as part of their already required public meeting notices. Additionally, any action taken by a public agency not in compliance with the proposed law will be void and of no effect. The legislation was introduced by Senators Joanne Brown, Therese Terlahi, and Senator Tello Taitagui. Moving from an appointed ethics commission to an elected one, that is the intent of a bill introduced Monday by Senator James Moylan. Current law allows the governor to appoint members to the ethics commission and for the legislature to confirm them. The law has been on the books for years, but was recently implemented by Governor Lulian Guerrero in 2019 when she made appointments to the commission. The goal of the bill is to ensure an independent body is in place. Quote, this legislation allows the voters of Guam and not elected officials to select who will sit within an entity entrusted with assuring that ethical standards are met in public service. The bill proposes voters to elect 7 members to the Guam Ethics Commission starting in November 2022. The island's gun community made it a point to show their support at a public hearing on Bill 73, otherwise known as the Hearing Protection Act of 2021. Peter Santos reports.
A virtual public hearing was held today on what's being called the Hearing Protection Act of 2021. The proposed bill would amend current law to allow for the use of suppressors, commonly known as silencers, in the use of a firearm. Numerous public testimonies during the hearing focused on the main purpose of a suppressor, that being decreasing the noise level when discharging the firearm to a more manageable level. But while almost every testimony had been in favor of the proposed bill, including several lawmakers voicing their support, Speaker Therese Terlahi held out as the voice of contention.
Well, with law enforcement as it is today, not always available in every one of our communities, wouldn't it be in the best interest of the community to know exactly where these gunshots were coming from and not for those, the location of the gunshots to be distorted in any way? I want to know where the gunshots are coming from. I want to be able to tell law enforcement, we all should be able to help them and point out which direction it was coming from. I want that to be easily discernible when we need it to be, and not even more difficult to track these things.
According to the president of the American Suppressor Association, Knox Williams, suppressed or not suppressed, a gunshot is a gunshot.
I would counter that the difference between someone who can identify suppressed gunfire versus unsuppressed gunfire, if you can identify one, you'll be able to identify the other.
Okay, so you're saying that these articles that say that it makes it difficult to detect the direction of the gun, or more difficult to direct the detection of the gunshot, those articles are all inaccurate?
Gunshots are still identifiable because one of the main noise sources is the actual sound of the bullet traveling through the air. Yes, ma'am. I would contend that most of those people haven't actually been around many suppressed firearms.
For more on Bill 73, the full public hearing is available on the Guam Legislature YouTube channel. For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
In national news, in a new sign that Americans are ready to move on from the pandemic, more people traveled by air over the weekend than at any point since the crisis began. But health officials are concerned about whether loosening restrictions will lead to another spike in infections. Here's more from Errol Barnett.
In San Jose, California, Kathy Anderson reunited with her daughter for the first time in a year.
I love you too.
Anderson is one of the millions of Americans who returned to the skies this weekend, shattering pandemic travel records. Increased demand prompted Delta Airlines to temporarily open up middle seats, and Americans' domestic bookings are at 90% of pre-pandemic levels.
It just seems like all of a sudden it's a rush.
Larry Pettis says he felt more comfortable flying because he'd been fully vaccinated. He's one of the 61 million Americans, roughly 1/5 of U.S. adults, who fall in that category.
We know for vaccinated people, it's reasonably safe to do this, but among unvaccinated people, it is not yet. And I'm worried that it's going to lead to, unfortunately, more infections and more hospitalizations.
Dr. Ashish Jha says decreased testing, relaxation of public health measures, and new variants are now contributing to the spread of COVID in several states.
It really is a race right now between these variants that have become widespread and are spreading much more effectively and quickly, and how many people we can protect through vaccines.
The variant initially detected in the UK now accounts for about 26% of COVID cases in the US. And this weekend, officials announced a new variant initially identified in India was found in the Bay Area.
It's actually just made up of a couple of other variants that we've seen elsewhere. The data so far suggests that it may be more contagious, like the UK variant is.
Now, as scary as that sounds, Josh says that the vaccines do appear effective against the new variants, and more Americans are getting vaccinated, which is welcome news for the travel industry, the sector really being battered by the pandemic. Hotel and leisure businesses added 280,000 jobs during the month of March, but the unemployment rate is still twice the national average at roughly 13%. Errol Barnett, CBS News, Newark, New Jersey.
And finally, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 647 test samples taken on April 4th, 7 came back positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 6 reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine, bringing the total of officially reported cases of COVID to 7,823 since March of last year. 31 cases are active, more than 7,600 have recovered. To date, there have been a total of 136 COVID-related deaths. The CAR score remains at 0.2. As far as vaccination numbers, a total of 32,206 people on Guam are fully vaccinated. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenas days, tigi at suntog ipunod sa Moro gin KUM News para Martes 16 de Abril 2021. Si Rudy Kinata ni sa kontain maybe anos na edad si Junior Sked 32 anos na edad idos ni maresta put mapuno iginin mahod matak zanginin polisia Daniel Q. Sanchez sa ano gikot ginigam na taluani para ito niya magistrate in a hearing. Mafana si Wes Jonathan Kwan za poli zane belt si Sked gisen $1,000 dan si Kinata ni $50,000 loto dido sa mapepersuha estapago. No report KUM News gisablo na masoday tatotanya si Sanchez ani may report ni familia na maaliliko esta para 3 dias na tempo. Masoday ni polisia gigima Kinata gifyo na dito le humatag lumanisisita no gwaha Warren anti di fanhalong gigima pero mabira siya tatigikot gidiakin si giabrit. Giotro suntu Mama aja ki member ni jury si para je kausanya si Vianney Jose unu gi tres na tauto ni man maasakin na ma-rape un hobinsita na palaon sa video. Hafafa na permit de grado na criminal sexual conduct, possession of child pornography and dissemination of child pornography si Jose. Sigoni fa KUM News tatigidos meet 19 na sakan. Gwa ko may detected siya sa masoda video no man open gi median social ni menodida na palaon ma-rape no tres na lalaki. Iban masuspecha sa madingo isla za maturisa no ma-issue warrant pero mabira siya tati. Matagam si Jose ani matutati gi airport. Sa pag-elemento ni COVID-19 na peste, nadsikijuri siya para si Jose sa masusesa di ginwebo na kwartong kotti gimen ang route for natalan nilagad di Superior Court. Yotro mas, aji biyo ni-introduce ni Vice Speaker Tina Muna Barnes, zampalo siya na senador sa siyempre apatin sa di revolving fund para presenero siya gidi Department of Corrections. Zama agang adzo in nafamalik for inmate funds. Ibiyo 99 sa serya do siya na presenero ni Musen necesita zudo singkobli para fan marepresenta gi ikorti. Sa pudi-pesti, manapara di binisita ni presenero siya gi DOC. Zadza na klaseng komunikasyon masedi sa entry telefon. Sa podadzo man maupetsas na upan maada mas lapi gizon niya account telefon. Lumegyan ni man maprepeso sa tawdas lapi niya za infin at di payteo na sistema sa mafuno du pursi. Iligan na rin representan niya. Ni artikulu gihin na bill, itsamot sa servisyon telefon siya ginigi isla sa Dedido madiposita 15% gizon niya net revenues kwa tigi general fund tazangin mamalago no fund business za ni DOC. Kumumanalay pet yung kantida na diniposita sa umanasebe ni personero siya para makanta kay abogado niya. Este siya na salapi sa sempi umastablisa ni Department of Administration. Giuto muna asunto para pago na Martes, aji pandemic unemployment assistance pat puwa sa tumalo tatigihin na niya. I-Director ng Department of Labor si David De La Sola sa sangan naman na para nayon na sa para un semana na tempo na balancheck siya para matisferi adyo na programa ginihaga sa administrasyon Trump esta inuebo na administrasyon Biden. Ilinga si De La Sola naman na listo esta balanchasi milyon pesos na check siya esta hulo gimatsu 20 na diyang klama sepi humuzang adyo na slapi pago na diya. Kada dia ungog kya sunto sa natikulu siya ni mafafkitay tanota gifinot sa moro. Kung gi-islat sa moro streaming radio gipelagon KUAM. Ano para KUAM.com na ligaw gi-disibisyo siya ni napapatu ni KUAM para KUAM News Guausikin Conception.
And that's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
The world of television. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Link, it's 8:19. We're doing a great partnership with the Nafa Mount Lake Youth, Sabrina.
And Minyetlu. Some of you may have seen it on Extra last night or over the past couple of weeks. Eva Chamarita, we partnered with her and the organizations that she's working with, and it's just an amazing series with the youth mentors over there at Sanctuary and in Afet Malik. So here is the latest Harlem Hikes.
This island that we call home is a place filled with vast beauty if we could take a moment to realize our island's beauty has many faces. From open sandy shores to rocky coastal cliff lines, the deep valleys to the freshwater caves of the limestone forests, to cascading waterfalls. Our island's beauty is endless. And that's why when we walk in this land, we walk with respect. We walk with a deep love and appreciation because we are blessed to live in such a beautiful place. Join us on this journey. Myla Holland.
Hafaday todos, welcome to episode 3 in our Harlem Hike series. Today's destination is the summit of Mount Humudzung Manglu. The phrase Humudzung Manglu translates to exiting wind in Chamorro. It is more popularly known as Mount Lamlam, but technically the destination you will reach is not Mount Lamlam's peak, which we will talk more about later on in this video. Mount Humudzung Manglu is a place that has religious significance to many Chamorros and can teach us much about the influence of Catholicism on Guahan and how Chamorros have adopted and reinvented some of the traditions today. This mountain expedition may seem daunting to some, but the lessons it can teach us is one which can only be fully appreciated by experiencing it firsthand. The best way to get there is to head southbound from the village of Hagat. Once you see the Sarebe lookout with the mural that says Nalatla, which you will see on your right, the trailhead is right across from it. It is best to also park along that side where the mural is at. This hike's difficulty changes depending on how fatsy the path upward is. On a dry day, the way is slightly easier to keep footing as opposed to when the clay floor is touched by rain or sereno, becoming slippery. Once again, we recommend using shoes or cleats, but if you're down like some of our mentors, then welcome to Team Barefooters. For clothing, we suggest using long sleeve and or long pants, hats, and sunblock if you don't want to get too darkness or you're very sensitive to the sun. But if you don't mind a sunbathe as you bathe in your own sweat, then dress for comfort. Gloves are always recommended for when you need to push through some sakati and don't want to cut your hands to ribbons. But the special piece of equipment we recommend for this is a walking stick, also known to you Chamorro dancers as a tunas. The tunas was a stick that was carried mainly by the ulitao, or bachelors of ancient Guahan, and was an indispensable tool and a form of identification, as ulitao would carve unique designs to distinguish them from one another. The very first Guam ID. It is an important tool when hiking as it gives you another point of contact with the ground and can help you balance, leverage, and navigate obstacles much more efficiently. Lastly, we want to always make sure to remind you guys to bring your hanam, always gof importante. We recommend doing this hike either in the early morning or late afternoon towards sunset, as the way up the mountain is lacking in the shade department. However, if you go in the late afternoon, please make sure to be out of the trail before dark. You will notice as you make your way up, there will be crosses posted on certain points of the trail, which are used to mark the different stations of the cross. You may be asking, why are these crosses here? Well, in 1668, there was a Spanish mission that was established on Guahan by Padre San Vitores, and with that, the seeds of Christianity were sown here. Since the belief in Catholicism has grown, Chamorros have adopted and invented many traditions from the religion, such as this hike. The trek up the summit of Mount Humudung Manglo is sort of a pilgrimage to reenact Jesus' struggle up Mount Calvary, where he was crucified and is practiced by the people of Guahan till today. Some people carry a cross as Christ did, while others take a more devoted approach by flogging themselves up the mountain as a form of penance. And then there are those of us who come up here because, hey, it's Good Friday and Grandpa said. This pilgrimage can teach us a lot about devotion, persistence, and overcoming adversity, as well as how our traditions are constantly changing and evolving with us, yet still maintaining themselves in their essence. You will notice that there is no shortage of sakati here. I'm sure you Carabaos watching this are getting totla all over the place. This is one of the obstacles you may encounter on your journey, as you'll be seeing it pretty much the entire way up. If there is a point where you need to get through it, just remember not to grab it by its leaves. It's not called sword grass for no reason, so use your gloves or cut it with a machete. But please do not try to run straight through it. Go under the blades or around them. Safety first. Another type of plant that you can find on this hike, it kind of looks scary but it's actually really cool, is called the agak, also known as textile pandanus. And it was a resource that was heavily utilized by ancient Chamorros for weaving all types of things, such as mats, baskets, fans, bags, and hats like the one you see worn here. It was even used to create the sails of their sakman and other sailing vessels. It's crazy how this humble leaf is one of the major players which helped our ancestors voyage across the sea. As you near the summit, you will notice one of the stations here is a dedicated grotto to the Virgin Mary. With Chamorros being a matrilineal society, the amount of prayers which are addressed to her comes to no surprise. Perhaps she is also an important symbol because she shares parallels with Fotna as a motherly figure. Whether you are religious or not, there is something to be said here about cultural diffusion and how Chamorros incorporated Catholicism with their own beliefs and practices. The summit of Humuzang Manglo is identifiable by the many large crosses which line its ridge. All the slipping and falling and Sakati battles have prepared you for the reward of Guahan's southern landscape that includes the beautiful view of our majestic mountain valleys and our vast ocean. For those of you who are feeling extra adventurous, the summit of Mount Lamlam is also accessible near here, which is Guam's highest point and is one of the 2 volcanoes that birthed it. Fun fact, there is a legend that says Chief Godel once leveled the summit of Mount Lamlam as one of the feats he fulfilled in order to become Magatlahi of Guahan. Talk about determination. All in all, this place can be a powerful lesson in determination and perseverance. The slips, falls, and stumbles along the way make the completion of this task even sweeter and teach us the true meaning of get yourself up and dust yourself off. Just like in life, there are going to be obstacles which stand in the way of the peaks we wish to summit. It is how we navigate these obstacles and push onward which define our ascension up the mountains of life. Through these struggles, we are given the opportunity to reflect and discover the power within ourselves to continue to proceed. And then it's all downhill from there.
Our island is our inheritance. It holds pieces of our past and symbols of our strength. It holds the causes of our joy. It's a place where we come together. It is a place of healing. Our island is our refuge. Our island is a place of peace and tranquility. If we would just take a moment to find it. Si Diyos maasi, todos hamdo. Sana maasi. Dan si Diyos from benindisi.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Coming up, we got a little giveaway from our friends at Tango Theaters. Oh, we've got movie passes to go see Monster Hunter and Voyagers. Okay? Gay? 837, the show East West Rental. Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, East West Rental, proud to sponsor The Link. My name's Chris, also Cabo Enterprises carrier. IT&E, Jack in the Box. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors. Hey, Jack in the Box. $3 sauced and loaded curly fries with slow smoked bacon. Available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack.
Wait, did you say 3?
3. Tress. $3. Where can you get a meal for $3?
3.
Yeah.
That's a really good deal.
Yeah, it's a steal of a deal, like they say. Hey.
I think if I was in the drive-through line, I would actually have to say, like, wait, can I take a selfie of you saying that 3?
Right. Can I get that on tape?
Also, our friends at Jack in the Box, they have a new app that you can use. And I've tried it. It's very, very cool. It streamlines the ordering process. You actually set up your order ahead of time and get everything ready to go. And then when you show up there, they come out to your car, they bring it to you, socially distant, totally safe and everything like that. And you can even do it like way ahead of time.
Right.
I like doing that. I like, some people say like meal prep. That's how I meal prep.
That's how you meal prep. So that's on the App Store.
Yeah.
And it works on Guam.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the Jack in the Box app. Okay. Jason is that guy. He will look for the app. He will find it and he will use it. It's 8:38, April 6th episode of The Link. Good morning, KUAM TV. Thanks for joining us. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And that's Jason Salas right there. And in the KUAM News Zoom room, with Senator Joanne Brown, Republican, the 36th Guam Legislature. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
We're doing pretty good. There was a hearing. I guess we'll just get right into it. So there was that hearing yesterday, Bree, the silencer hearing. We were both watching it. Very interesting. I kind of keyed in on what some of the things that you had talked about in the hearing, because the the pro silencer lobby that they had out. I mean, they even had the guy from like the Silencer Association. Mm-hmm. They were talking about how there are basically no crimes committed with silencers or something crazy like that. But then you had talked about the types of crime we're seeing, which is rampant. I mean, too much crime. And I don't know if you were trying to say that leave it to our criminals here on Guam. Like, okay, if they're not using silencers to commit crimes everywhere else, then they will use them here. Because we got a special breed of criminal here on Guam. And so you did kind of give these comments about just talking about the crime in general, Senator Brown.
Well, some of the comments that were made were kind of the view that perhaps we were biased, or assumption that members of the legislature are biased, probably because we watch too many Hollywood movies. And,
what was that?
James Bond movies. And I guess, we see the silencer, we don't hear any sound. And, and I just simply commented with regards to what I see and what I know a lot of our people are experiencing out there. There's just as you mentioned, I mean, look at the incident over the Easter weekend with the murder of, the former mayor of Inmate. I mean, and some very gruesome crimes that we've seen happen on island and in the last few months, and continue to happen. I mean, our people feel a sense of apprehension, living in their own homes and feeling safe. I mean, I've heard from elderly people that feel safe in their own homes when strangers come into their house or to their garage, and take things that is not there, where there's no basic respect of, ownership and responsibility on Guam. So, I just think we're in the real world in dealing with these issues. And certainly, as I look at this issue with regards to silencers, I mean, you have a lot of good law-abiding citizens, and they're going to do the right and proper thing. And I certainly understand their objective of why they would like to have this legalized, so that they can safely be able to do their practice and exercise with their weapons. And we need to separate that, of course, from the criminal activities that are out there. There's like I said, there's a lot of good law-abiding citizens, and we need to weigh that. We need to look at that objective versus all the other crimes that are happening on Guam, and criminals that unfortunately they're going to continue to do what they do with or without this legislation. So I'm certainly listening to all sides of the issue.
what's the good part of it and maybe the not so good. But you're going to have criminals out there that are going to do their crimes regardless of what is legal or what's obviously illegal. They're not paying any attention to what those rules are within our society. And we're just seeing an abuse of that, a continued abuse of that in our community.
And Sabrina, you have the bill up, actually. I saw.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you could kind of go through. So anybody can, if this becomes law, anybody can get a silencer as long as
Well,
you're
I'm sure they're going to have to go through a background check as
Right.
you would getting a gun license and making sure that they're responsible individuals and that they meet those requirements and protocols. And then, of course, I'm sure the additional cost of what's involved in purchasing a silencer.
You know what I thought was interesting to me, and just because again, I said this a couple weeks. I'm not a gun person, but I didn't really appreciate that this whole like narrative that everyone's brainwashed by the far left liberal Hollywood elite message on what the silencers do or what suppressors do, or if you think that it totally quiets the gun, then you're stupid because you're just watching movies and that's not what it's about. I don't like it when people kind of like make assumptions about other people's intelligence in a forum like that. Because I just feel like if it's called a silencer for a reason and a suppressor for a reason, and logically, I wish they had been able to better explain, because I think the Speaker Terlahi had brought up something about hearing gunshots in the village, right? And being able to determine where they're, because when we read a lot of crime stories that there's a shooting, a lot of times that's how it starts is, somebody heard the shots and they called the cops or whatever.
Well, and as I mentioned during the hearing, I said if they could give us an example. I mean, I'm not as familiar with weapons either. I think the most I held a rifle was when I was taking a tour of our National Guard training, and they actually had us go through their exercises, on screen with how they respond to responding with fire. And I actually got 100%, which impressed me. I said, wow, if I had been younger and do this again, I could join the Guard because I was pretty good.
Wow. Yeah. And
I made my target and I didn't shoot the wrong person. So I thought that's great.
I grew up a little bit in Virginia,
but I wish they had, there's still time between now and whenever this bill, actually is reported out and gets on the floor. I mean, I certainly would like to see and hear what's the difference. What does a regular gunshot sound like, and what does it sound like with a suppressor on it, and what impact does that have? Because somebody can talk about it, but actually hearing it is a different story. I would like to hear the differences.
You go on
myself.
YouTube, Senator. You just go YouTube like silencer, real whatever sound, and then. But
if
anyway,
I do that and the FBI is investigating me, I'm just going to say I'm doing research for a bill, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's never something I have to tell you, Chris, I've ever thought of looking up. But
I did it this morning because I wanted to know. Right. No, but what kind of got me, Senator, was the logic that they presented, where the bill is called the Hearing Protection Act. And they had all this testimony from, there was even a retired police officer who said that, when we're at the range, it's to protect our hearing. But then when Speaker Terlahi said, how are we going to hear the gunshots in the village? They said, it doesn't even quiet it. So I didn't know, what's true. Does it protect your hearing or does it not? I just didn't, to me, logically, those two facts didn't really make sense. But maybe I'm watching too many movies.
I think there's time to get more information and more feedback, and I'll do that up. I'll look it up. So if they ever investigate me, I'm going to tell them that you recommended I look it up.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not normally looking up about guns and suppressors, so okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, there was just a bunch of things on YouTube where, So
was it mentioned in the hearing where this bill? What was the impetus behind introducing this, and why this is like? So
well, I know Senator Tony Atta gave his introduction to the bill with regards to, why he introduced it. And I'm assuming it's from the advocacy of, a number probably of the people that provided testimony that are supportive of it. And understandable. I mean, the people that testified yesterday are all responsible for those from Guam, or, I know some of them personally, they're responsible individuals in our community, and they're bringing this issue forward. Mm-hmm. So, that's, that's where it is.
Anybody testify against it?
Not for the time that I was in the hearing. I didn't hear anyone testify against the bill.
Yeah,
and then there's still time. I mean, certainly they can, if anyone else has testimony, they can certainly provide it to the, Senator Pito Terlahi's office. If they have any additional input, they certainly can submit that to his committee.
I think it was clear, though, from watching the hearing that, it's very fortunate that you got that many people out to testify at a public hearing at 2 p.m. on a weekday. And just judging from who was testifying, I mean, I don't know how partial or impartial the testimony was, because you're hearing from people who, sell silencers. You're hearing from people who are going to benefit from this, but we didn't really hear any the kind of like unbiased look at the data. And my takeaway was from the hearing was, okay, whose party is selling silencers? Because that's what it kind of, when there was one guy who started talking about how much silencers cost and the fees that would be generated. And he made it sound like a lot, but when the speaker had pressed him on it, he basically had no numbers or anything. But I did reach out to Chief of Police Steve Ignacio yesterday to ask him, are they providing any testimony on the bill? And he said he would be providing written testimony in favor of it, because he had, I guess, a previous meeting at 2 or the same time as the public hearing.
Well, I wish he had been able to provide that testimony, certainly, so we could ask, but there's still time, provide input so that we can look at all the information and deliberate on it. It's an interesting issue. It's one you don't normally expect to hear from, but it's on the table, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, maybe we'll put up a Twitter poll and see what people think, Jace, at some point.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, definitely the lobby is pretty strong on this. So, Senator Brown, I wanted to kind of, because it's Earth Month, right? And I wanted to kind of twist, before we get into your transparency bill, just as a former head of Guam EPA, what are your thoughts when you look around at the environment on Guam with, I mean, not just what's happening with the buildup and the aquifer, but on the illegal dumping, and just kind of round robin the state of the environment today versus the state of it when you were running Guam EPA?
Well, a lot of good things are happening. I mean, the positive side is there's a lot more awareness and consciousness, particularly among our young people in our community about our environment. That wasn't always the case. I mean, when I was advocating for this, it was 30 years ago that I actually was appointed as Deputy Administrator of Guam EPA. We didn't have as many people that were as conscientious as we have now. And I think that's wonderful, because we're going to need that kind of leadership and support heading into the future, because our resources are more stressed now more than ever. And our marine resources out there, what's happening on land, particularly with regards to our northern Guam drinking water lens. I mean, we have the population we have and the quality of life we have on Guam, and our ability to sustain the amount of tourists when they certainly come back, over 1 million tourists a year, because of our water resources that we have on our island. Not every island to the north of us with Saipan and the limitations that they have, because they're not as fortunate as we are. But if we don't manage it, if we don't take care of it, if we don't replenish it, we're going to end up with major water problems and water quality problems in the future. And while I know that we put a lot of concern and focus, certainly with regards to the military buildup and military activities that have happened on our island, we have a lot of issues happening outside the base that we need to be concerned with. I mean, the illegal dumping, the sewage that is not properly processed, particularly up in northern Guam where our aquifer is. We need to be very, very concerned about that. And there's not an awful lot of work being done to actually go out and address those type of violations. I mean, Guam EPA, I know we had a hearing not too long ago and asking them how many personnel they have. They pretty much have the same amount of personnel we had 30 years ago in the agency, and yet our growth and our responsibilities here have significantly increased. But the regulatory side of it, to ensure that, people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, companies are doing what they're supposed to be doing. We've not increased that capability in our government to address those concerns. And, a number of years ago, I worked to support and fund the hydrogeologic survey at Weary so that they could profile our northern Guam water lens and also educate new up and coming, and a number of water resource hydrogeologists have come from that program, not just supporting here on Guam, but throughout the region and other parts of the world, because we need that capability and that expertise, and having some homegrown capability is something that I've always valued. So, my previous legislative life, the passage of that legislation and the program that's been implemented since then with Weary, and then also, being the supporter, of course, because a lot of work went from aquatic and wildlife into the creation of the marine preserves. I was a major advocate for that and pushed that through the Guam legislature, and a Republican majority at that, believe it or not, to get the marine preserves in place. And those are things that I reflect back on that, are things for the future. We just have to manage it. We've been fortunate to inherit what we have on this island, but it's our responsibility to take care of it. And for those that don't, for those citizens out there that are not as conscientious, then we need to hold them accountable.
But why do you think we continue to see this? Do you believe it's because they can't afford tipping fees? Because we always hear that. Well, they can't afford to get their trash taken to the landfill.
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm sure there's a certain percentage of our community that probably doesn't have the financial resources. I mean, we do have a number of people that are on social welfare, but we also have a number of people that have the resources but choose to spend it elsewhere. It comes down to personal responsibility. And while we have expectations, the government is supposed to take care of us, clothe us, and, sing us lullabies. I mean, we have a personal responsibility in this community to take care of our island and our resources. I don't understand it. One time I went to a public high school to talk to students, and I was taken aback at the time with the amount of trash that I saw walking into the school as a visitor. This is a high school. And I actually picked up a couple cans that were in the hallway and walked into the class. And when I was introduced, the first thing I did was throw it on the floor. And I'm sure the students were very surprised. And I said, "You're probably very surprised that I threw those aluminum cans on the floor." They said, "Yeah, ma'am, why did you do that?" I said, "Because isn't that what you do? Isn't that what you did outside your classroom? Maybe not you personally, but other classmates did." And for me, I was taken aback. I was like, how do we have such little respect? Or that's what the custodians do. That's what one of the students said. And I said, "Oh, so their job is to clean up after you. You don't respect your campus and your island, but you're expecting somebody else to come and clean it up for you." And I'm very much for personal responsibility. And I think we need to continue to educate our young people. A lot of them are much brighter than us these days on these issues. Yeah. But there's others that I think we need to help along, and we need to hold people responsible. I mean, this whole idea that, we have no personal responsibility and, I'm the victim of everything. I mean, maybe in some cases that apply. In most cases, I don't think it does, particularly with regards to littering. And I've spent many a day, collecting other people's trash that they've thrown and had no respect for their own community, their own home. And I think we just need to also do enforcement. My view, especially at Guam EPA, because we weren't one of the large agencies, but we were dealing with major projects. Menengan Hills, we had golf courses, we had a lot of the hotels like the Hyatt that were in construction. And yet, we magnify our presence. If you knew that we were going to enforce and there was no doubt we were going to do it, most people comply when they know there are consequences to it. But you don't assert that. You're not out there enforcing, then you get what you get. And a lot of people, if there's no, enforcement, why are they going to do anything about it? Somebody else is going to come and clean my mess up. And I really think we need to change that view and hold people responsible.
Right.
How about that transparency bill?
Yes, I introduced the transparency bill, and I actually, again, in my previous legislative life, Chris, I'm the senator that also did the bill that requires the 5-day public notice and the 2-day public notice before public hearings, because I was seeing meetings that were happening on the spot with immediate announcements without giving the community adequate notice, so that things can. It's really happening supposedly above the table, but we know the agenda was under the table, right? And so I very much feel, especially now, I think it's become evident. And one of the positive things, to think there's anything positive about this pandemic, but one of the positive things that have come out of it is our ability to communicate in spite of it. And thank goodness we have this technology available at this time, because imagine if we did not, But it's shown that we have the ability to communicate. We've been holding virtual public hearings in the Guam legislature. So there's no reason that when we have a board or commission in this government now that are meeting, that they cannot have that being aired or through the social process here of Zoom and other things to ensure that the public, if they're not able to physically attend the meeting, they can simply get online and they know a hearing is happening for a certain department or agency that they have an interest in. They can get on and see what's happening and know what's going on with their government. The other thing, too, that this adds is it's the department or agency now is required to actually provide an agenda to meet those public notice requirements. It's not simply good enough. If you look in the paper, sometimes I just put, the Civil Service Commission is having a meeting on Thursday. Well, that's nice, but I have no clue what the civil service is meeting about, or a department or agency. Maybe they're moving a major contract, for all I know. I have no idea, but now they're going to be required to publish that ahead of time. So the community, and certainly those of you in the media, you can look at it. You know what's on the agenda, as well as the board members that are meeting, or commission members that are meeting. And then we know what's going on. And if we're interested and want to listen in or attend that hearing, then by all means, we have the information to do so. And I just think that if we want transparency and accountability, I know we use those words so frequently these days, but this actually shows, proves, and delivers that level of transparency. So we don't have meetings happening like, they used to behind closed doors, so to speak, or because nobody's paying attention, or shucks, the reporter never made it down to that hearing at, 4:30 in the afternoon. But then it's there for all to see, and it's recorded so that that information is readily available. Because I very much feel that the solution to a lot of the issues where things are perhaps not going down the straight line as they should be with regards to government and government resources, it's very hard to hide all that stuff when you have to operate in the light of day. I'm not always going to be in office doing what I do. You may not always be doing what you're doing in media. I certainly hope you continue to do, because I enjoy listening to you and the issues that you guys bring up. But I think that the more awareness our public has and the knowledge that they have, that's the power they ultimately have. It's their government. And it's not, we shouldn't be running for office because we want to use and abuse public resources. I mean, our job is to ensure that, we're caretakers for a time and that we're acting responsibly. And I think the more awareness and the more light that's shed on these issues, it's very hard to hide things. When things are out in the light of day.
I wanted to ask before we let you go, because we have Senator Moylan right behind you. Last week we interviewed the chairman of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Chairman Juan Reyes Jr., and this is relative to a letter you had written to the governor asking the governor to conduct an investigation into some of these allegations from land agents that the director of the trust, the administrative director, Jack Hattig, was altering and coercing land agents' reports. And so basically we had the chair on. It was about 30 plus minutes interview. There was very little that was actually said in that. Did you catch the interview? And then what's the status on your request?
I did catch her at the interview.
Okay. So just your thoughts and follow up. We're just trying to follow up on that letter that you had written about this issue.
Well, I did hear the governor's response to it, and my thought on that whole process is, I think Governor Liu needs to ring the bell. Maybe she doesn't know what the right hand is doing and what the left hand is doing in her administration, and I hope she doesn't. If she does, then that certainly is a reason to be very concerned. I did hear also the news interview that happened with regards to this issue. The day the land agent raised these concerns, and I don't know yet. Is this just an isolated incident? Is this just involving one single report? Is there more reports? I mean, I did FOIA that information latter part of last week, so certainly look forward to getting that information from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. To find out, is this the only time that it happened, or has it happened in other occasions? Even the chairman I heard saying, "Oh, this is a personnel matter." We're dealing with an individual that's been appointed who's an unclassified employee in this government. I'm not all for this shielding, this whole secrecy that shrouds these issues. There's no reason for that, especially when the accusations are really not personnel related. To me, they sound pretty much policy related. And when you're taking a report, I mean, it's one thing, I'm dotting the T's and crossing the I's. I'm just editing it. Maybe you can argue that. But when you're changing the substantive issues and then not acknowledging that, or I'm not aware that the commission was informed that he had altered these changes, or had the land agent not even raised this concern, would anything have even been said, of the commission? Because when you look at the document at the bottom, it has the initials of the land agent and it says it's the land agent's report. So if you're just looking at the document, I'm looking at it and I'm assuming this is the product of the work product of the land agent and the write-up that the land agent created. But when you're looking at their version and the version that was presented to the commission, there are some significant changes that, in terms of what's allowed by the law and what isn't, that was changed. So, to call that a personnel issue and, let it go at that. I mean, I think there's so much more. And the history, as you know, of the Chamorro Land Trust has been so clouded with use and abuse. Actually, when I worked at the University of Guam for 4 years, the latter part of the work that I had up there, we actually had an agreement between the university that was directed under Dr. Robert Barber there and the Chamorro Land Trust at their request to assist them in reviewing the agricultural leases for Chamorro Land Trust and actually doing and working alongside them to do inspections of Chamorro Land Trust properties for agricultural purposes, because we wanted to be able to work with them, see also how we can implement a lot of the federal programs that are available to farmers on island and have them take advantage of that. And, I've had a chance to actually sit and look at these lease agreements agreements, and the issues of compliance or lack thereof. So I have a little more familiarity with those issues than I would just simply as a member of the Guam legislature. And we know there's a clouded history in the land trust. And, the governor said she wanted to ensure that the land trust is moving forward in a good way. She's made public statements to that effect when she separated it from Department of Land Management. Yeah. I mean, I believe her that is her agenda. But, in order to ensure that, that actually has to be implemented in practice. And if you're seeing your director is not doing things properly, then either correct it or replace that individual. I mean, take appropriate action to ensure that the public has confidence that, things are happening above board. And when things like this happen, of course, it raises a question mark in your mind about, gee, what's really going on here and who's really being accommodated. So I really think it's something the governor needs to know. I mean, I'm hoping that she's just unaware. But if she's not, then I'm concerned. I think the public needs to be concerned because these are assets that belong to our people, and we need to ensure that they're being properly administered. And if there are issues of corruption in the past, then by all means, let's move forward and clean it up so that the program can move forward as intended and help our people out there.
Yes or
I mean,
no?
as recently as yesterday, Chris, I've had people coming in. I just wanted to play this, coming into my office because they're unable to get answers from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission about their lots or changes in their lots. And, there really shouldn't be the case for that as legislators. I mean, they should be able to go directly to the commission and whatever the official response is, they should be able to get an answer to these questions rather than as they're coming to me saying, we're getting the runaround. Gosh, the agent we talked to a few years ago has since passed away. Who do we talk to? And that's really not how this program should be administered and ensuring that, things are happening above board and happening as intended and as it should be under law.
So did you ever get a response to your letter? From the governor?
No, the governor has not responded to me officially. No.
Aye, day.
What about any additional complaints that you've received that you forwarded to oversight chairs?
I did receive one. I actually received one complaint from a couple of different people. Anonymous, of course, concerning an employee at Department of Public Works that they believe is an unclassified employee who they believe has been earning excessive overtime that they don't think that individual should be earning or could justify. So I did send that information to the oversight chair, Senator Talina Nelson, who has oversight over Public Works. To relay that. And again, as the oversight chair, I'm hopeful that she's going to review the issue because it's a concern, obviously. It's the first complaint I've gotten from two different people on the same issue and on the same individual that they felt was, not deserving of this overtime or maybe padding their overtime, having to do with bus service that's provided from DPW from the airport and bringing down passengers that were going to the quarantine facility and, issues that perhaps, this individual may be even copying their hours to justify their hours. So we'll see what happens with that. But, our public is out there. These other employees, I'm sure, and people that are aware of these issues are bringing them forth, to get that information out there. And hopefully if there's any legitimacy to it, that it gets corrected.
Just last question. Do you think there should be an oversight of this whole land trust issue in which the governor said that she didn't believe that Hattig knowingly went against the land trust rules and regs? I think that was her quote. But has it reached that point, Senator, where you think that we need to get eyes on this in a formal hearing?
Well, I'm only a member, believe it or not, of one committee in this entire legislature. I attend a number of hearings, but I'm only a member of one committee, and that's Speaker Therese Terlahi's committee. She gave me membership, and I certainly believe there should be an oversight hearing. The only way you're going to make these issues not be an issue is that, it sees the light of day and that these questions are asked and answered and are the answers satisfactory. I think there's an area of concern. Otherwise, I wouldn't raise it. Especially listening to the comments of that land agent publicly, these statements that were made publicly are concerning to me as a member of the legislature and a member of the committee. And because they exist and they're out there, I think it's very difficult to just say, oh, it's a personnel matter. We're not going to discuss it publicly. I think more the reason, because of the history of the Chamorro Land Trust and the desire to ensure that this program is properly implemented and that these issues are cleaned up, by all means, we should have an oversight hearing so that these questions can be cleared up. And if there are concerns and issues and the director has done things improperly, then by all means that needs to come to light, and we need to move forward with a clean slate. If it requires correction or administrative action or replacement, then by all means. I mean, it's not about us at the end of the day. I mean, if we can't perform our jobs properly, I'm sure the people of Guam would expect us in elected capacities to be removed. We certainly should expect that of department directors if they're not properly performing their jobs, or they're doing things improperly, or they're actually forging official documents and misrepresenting
Hey, he didn't know
them.
the
Obviously,
definition of forgery, Senator.
I have it. You want to? I have.
I know. I told him that. I said, "Hey, it's in the letter."
I have my letter
that
right
sent,
here. I mean, I know I'm gonna, put the definition of forgery.
We got you. I think we can. Yeah, it's a first page Google, Senator.
I'm ready this time.
I know.
got the letter
Okay.
here. I have it within hand's reach, just in case you asked me. I was prepared.
Thank you, Senator. You bring up good points, and I think what I just want to close with is that this land agent, Lydia, is not. She's by no means someone to take advantage of, and she was very calculated in speaking before the board and making these comments publicly known. And I think when you have a classified employee go out on a limb like that, you guys are obligated to, if not back them up, at least use whatever mechanisms you can use legislatively to really go into this. Because when I piece together the governor's comments, which is basically like Jack's my boy, the chairman's comments, which were just, we didn't get nothing out of that. You can kind of see that I think that they're going to reach a ceiling on this at the department level, at the administration level. It's clear the governor's got Jack's back, and that's where you guys come in as that co-equal branch of government. Because, I mean, you have employees who are risking it by publicly blowing that whistle. And so that's my thoughts. Thank you, Senator. We got to run.
And I agree. And I just think at the end, how we should look at this, it's not having anybody's back. It's having the people's back and being responsible and accountable to that. And most definitely, that's why I've raised the issue. That's why I've written these letters, and that's why I'm still on top of this issue, because I think it is a concern. It's a very legitimate concern that we need answers to.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, thank you. You guys take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Let's get Senator Moylan on right now, as he's also got a bill. And this is interesting because it's something that we definitely talked about on this show. Is we kind of been tracking how long it took the Ethics Commission to be stood up. And I think that's so telling, Senator Moylan, is the Governor Lou and Lieutenant Governor Josh campaigned very profusely on this Ethics Commission, and they pledged that they would be the first to stand it up in how many decades, which, I mean, it's almost stood up, but it took freaking 2 years. And so your bill now would make this Ethics Commission elected positions, right? Because as it stands now, although they might say they're not under the purview of the governor, I'm of the opinion that the governor's way too involved in this allegedly independent commission. And so that's the kind of the gist of your bill, Senator?
Pretty much so, Chris. And good morning. Good morning, Sabina. Yes. So in 2019, the governor started talking about filling the positions of the Guam Ethics Commission, which is old law, Public Law 27-141. It's back in 2004. That's 17 years old. It's very old. And the way the law is written now is that you have 7 members on the commission appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature. And we have one coming up for confirmation. I believe it's this week as well. Now they get appointed and confirmed, but also the governor has the authority on the current law to remove or suspend the members as well. And you were just talking a few minutes ago about the people coming up and giving their testimonies and putting their job on the line, basically to tell the truth about certain things. And then if things don't go in the way that possibly the governor says, I back my director, I back these people 100%. And if the commission doesn't go their way on the Ethics Commission, well, the governor has the authority under the current law to remove or suspend them based on her own findings. So since we're going to start this up, let's start it up correctly. let's not have it as appointed positions, but let's have these as elected positions. Let the individuals run who really want to make a difference, not get appointed to some position that it's like, whoa, why did you choose me? I don't want to get appointed to that. I want the airport board or something else more exciting, or GVB or something cool. Don't put me on the ethics committee, but people that are interested in properly seeing our government function and to protect, to do what's right, they would want to run. And they would have to do like every elected official, submit in their application and make sure there no felony crimes, and then campaign for the votes. So that's what we're proposing to do with this bill. Let's have the Ethics Commission, but let's have it as elected positions.
What was the, I know there's impetus, but are you doing this because you're running for governor?
No, no, that's not the purpose for this bill. And thanks for the punch in there. And no, I haven't announced any official intentions of running for governor. I do appreciate, meeting folks and they're interested, and probably every politician, every senator has been asked, you should run for governor. But when that time comes, we'll see. That's a big step. But in the meantime, these are things we should address. And also in the bill that it points out is, you mentioned with that case, the recent one about Chamorro Land Trust, right, for example, or other cases that Senator Joanne Brown is getting addressed at her office too, where people are coming in anonymously and saying, hey, this person getting these contracts and getting this overtime, can somebody look into this, right? It's anonymous because they feel threatened about losing their jobs. So with our bill, it also includes the commission has to set up something well protected so that the people that want to submit complaints or issues before the Ethics Commission are protected. Their name isn't going to be plastered all over the media saying whistleblower, this person, and stuff like that. So the public needs the confidence of the commission. And if we know that the commission is elected, then even more so, rather than appointed by either this governor or the future governor as well. So that's what we're hoping to do with this bill to make it finally, when we implement this law that's been over 17 years old, that we can do it correctly. And I think we can build the confidence of the people knowing that it's an elected position and not an appointed one.
Do you have the votes?
Oh, well, first I want to get a public hearing, and we'll see how the public replies to this. I think if the public hearing is strong enough and people do come out and testify in favor of this, then most definitely we'll have the votes. Once you have the public support behind you, then other senators are more likely to join in and not have any further questions about it. So public hearing is the first part to get this going. And more so than ever, as we see with this pandemic going on, with contracts, emergency contracts and sole source contracts and other things with different departments, Chamorro Land Trust, Guam Police. I think now the people's sentiments would be for something for this. And we're just trying to strengthen it. We're not trying to take it away, but we're trying to make the law better for the island. So with that and people coming out at the public hearing, I think we would have the support to move this forward.
What do you say to those people? And I'm pretty sure the administration will say that, oh, yeah, it took 17 years, but God, we're almost there. And now you want to go and introduce this bill to get people elected?
Yeah. Of course, they would say that, and for as at least they got something started. Now that we got to get it going, got it going, let's improve it. Like what we saw with the pandemic bill, right? The law that we never implemented in 20 years. It was helpful. We got it started. We saw the problems that came about because of that, on procurement side especially. Then how do we improve it? Now that we implemented, how do we improve it? And now that we're looking at this bill again, or this public law once again, then we know how we can improve it. Back then, that wasn't a discussion, but today it is. So that's fine. There's always room for improvement, right? A tomato is good until it gets ripe, and then after that, it's rotten, right? So you always want to improve on something, not think it's the best. And I think this is where it will be most helpful to do that.
Okay. But I mean, Senator, I said this in the open before we brought you on, but I see it because I was the guy covering the Ethics Commission, and they just had to they didn't get a budget. They're all this runaround from Lester Carlson. They had an office. They don't have an office. So I don't know. When you look at all those things, to me, what it says is there's just a lack of will by this administration to truly stand up this body that could end up shooting themselves in the foot. Could, right? And so I see it. Yeah. I see it's pretty clear to see that, they're just, the will is not there. But we're getting the executive director on tomorrow to kind of talk about your bill. So be sure to listen tomorrow around 7 as we'll get Jesse Kenga on. Okay?
I spoke with Jesse. He's a good guy there, and I'm sure if he ran for the election, he'll win too for that as well. So hopefully this bill will move forward, and I think it will be good for the island. So I appreciate that. Yes, I'll listen.
Thank you, Senator.
Very much.
Okay, Senator.
All right.
See
you later.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, it's 9:17. Real quick, Jay's going to go in with this. There's a big cleanup going on in Dedido. And we'll go to that, and then we're going to go to the president and deputy of the Guam Visitors Bureau right after that. So, ladies and gentlemen, conducting this next interview about this great cleanup that's happening in Dedido, I give to you the one and only Jason Solis. Jason?
All right, Hafaday, and hello, ladies. Thanks so much for hanging on with us. I know we're a few minutes behind, but we have here in the KO Newsroom room Kathleen Uggan and Jenilyn Abenalis. Hafaday, and good morning, and thanks for what you're doing for our island, and particularly for a northern village that I love so much because I grew up there in Dedido. Thanks so much.
And also for giving us a space to promote our event. And we just want to say thank you for being such a great supporter for the Thrive Coalition.
Yeah, so talk about what led to the formation of this event, and what really motivated you guys to want to get involved and take care of Dedido in this way.
Sure. So Jen and I will just kind of jump in this conversation. So as you might know, the coalition is focusing on Dedido, and our main focus really is substance abuse prevention. And a lot of times people are not really seeing a direct link, right, between what is substance abuse prevention and also the environmental stewardship. And so we're just we're using the April month as Earth Month to kind of encourage people to come out and take care of our neighborhoods, because it really starts within the community. It starts right in our home, and it extends out when we step out of our, out of our yard. And when a neighborhood has dilapidated buildings, or if there's just, not clean sidewalks, it really kind of disrupts the residents and the families from connecting each other and really creating that connection and strengthening that connection to even intervene and prevent the development of substance use in the neighborhood. And I'm going to give it to Jen because she's the guru of the cleanup promotion and coordination.
Yes. Yeah, the cleanup is super important. It's telling the community that we care, telling them that we care about our environment. And sometimes I understand that in my experience in cleanups is that most mayors don't even have the budgets to pay for these things, and they rely on cleanups like these to keep it going, to keep the neighborhoods clean and stuff like that. And so it's also important for the community, like Kat was saying, that to see that in diversity and the way that we live, and seeing how we take care of our lands and ourselves, and even in our community, affects everything around us. And so that's why it's so important. So to kick it off, we are starting April in Earth Month. April 10 will be our Thrive Neighborhood Cleanup, and that's going to be on April 10th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. We will be collaborating with other coalition members. And then, sorry, it's my boy. But,
oh, nice.
But it's going to be fun. And
hey, bring him in. No, bring him into the interview. Absolutely. Hey, it's a family show, you know, and the more the merrier. And that's why we want to get as many people involved in this cleanup as possible. So, and it is for young people as well, right, Jen?
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Yes,
Half a day.
Yes. We invite. Say good morning. It's okay. He's still like not sure what to do with this. But yeah, the cleanup is super important. I even teach my own kids about like cleaning the oceans and litter and stuff like that. Because it's so important, and it's, you know, building a better future for the next generation. Mm-hmm. And that's so important because we want them to experience what we've experienced when we were younger, you know, experience the beauty of nature without having to worry about technology, but also being able to provide closer knit communities so we can thrive.
Okay, so ladies, now of course we know the when and we know the why. You've talked about, you know, like being stewards of the community. Let's talk about exactly who can get involved, because of course we want people that call Dedido home. You know, it's a very proud village. I'm very honored to be from there and everything. So we want Dedido villagers to take care of our own village, but we're inviting all Guamanians to come and take care of this part of Guam, right?
Yes, definitely. Anyone can come, and you know, the idea of this is encouraging the neighborhood residents to also come out and take care of their own and take care of each other. And so it's definitely open to everyone. We also want to note that it's eligible for service learning hours for high school students. So if there's anyone that wants to come out and just kind of spend maybe an hour or two with us, please come out and we'll provide the trash bags, the gloves. We encourage you to bring also, if you have a bucket that's lying around in the house, bring that, because then it'll really help us collect the heavier trash that might be around the vicinity.
Okay, so final question. You know, I was just about to ask about like equipment or anything like that. We still live in a world, even though our island is really starting to do well as far as going to the path to half and, you know, making sure that we're all vaccinated, but we still want to make sure that we take care of ourselves and be safe. So what should people bring, and how can they expect to, you know, be part of this movement together and yet, you know, observe the rules of social distancing and whatnot?
Yes, so throughout the event, we will be requiring volunteers, of course, to social distance and also wear their face masks, especially if they're not from the same household. But as far as supplies, we will provide refreshments, we'll have water, but we are hoping that our volunteers can also bring their own water bottles or their flasks. Of course, this is all about, you know, sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint. We're also going to provide gloves, trash bags. We're going to have some we're going to ask if the volunteers can also bring their buckets if they have, because that will really help us with the trash collection. And yeah, basically, you know, their passion to help out the community and clean up.
All right. It's the right thing to do and a fantastic way to do it. So Jen and Kat, thank you so much for what you're doing for our community. Thrive is such an aptly named organization and movement because you really are allowing us to enjoy this blessing of a community that we have. So thank you guys for taking the lead in this. And I know someone that certainly is appreciative of your work because it's helping make our island more amenable to tourism is former Governor Carl Gutierrez, and he is going to join us on the link when we return right after this. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Banners. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. airing every week during Earth Month. Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Sing the troubles do, sick to love when I sing the troubles do, singing. Why you gotta be so afraid when you know this feeling will never fade?
Hey, good morning. Morning. Good. Right on. 9:29. Jason J. Classic. Juices. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Wow. Talk about good timing.
Exactly.
Right before we bring on former Gov Carl Gutierrez and the deputy of GVB, we just got a release out of the office of the governor.
Right. So the governor's office is announcing the downgrade in travel risks to level 2 from the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This is a quote from the governor. "We welcome the latest designation from the CDC, recognizing the efforts by our people to change the course of our battle with this global pandemic. This downgrade communicates to the nation and the rest of the world that we are taking charge and taking control of the virus. More importantly, it paves the way for reopening Guam and re-energizing not just tourism, but our economy." The lieutenant governor went on to say that as of today, over 32,000 of our people are fully vaccinated. This means we are that much closer to our path to half and ultimately our goal of achieving herd immunity, liberating our island from this deadly virus, and rebuilding a stronger, healthier Guam. You want me to go on?
Well, kudos to the governor, because, as Dr. Mike Cruz had stated on our last gathering here at GVB, that lowering the grade from 4 to 3 was a long process, and it's still a long process for CDC to do. And with the bird dogging of our governor and lieutenant governor, we got it down in record time to number 2, and that's great news for us here. And we don't have to worry now too much about non-essential travel to Guam. And hopefully that this thing continues, that you can see, you can feel it in there. It's palpable about how we are really turning we made that turn, and now we're heading towards really almost a sure opening in May 1st, and also a sure meeting of the goal. Right now, 45% of our people have gotten one vaccination, and out of that one vaccination, 26% have the second vaccination. So we're looking close to it, and hopefully with the 53,000 more vaccines coming in, that we would surpass that goal. We just need more people to give shots. And Jerry and I are right now in service training, hopefully that we can help.
Mm-hmm. What about you guys had the vaccination clinics? I want to say, was it at the Hyatt last week? I'm not sure where else, or if they're continuing this week. What was I guess the response?
Well, it was good. It was great. People made appointments. Some came, but 600 people got vaccinated. But the resources of those people that are vaccinating came from two clinics primarily, GRMC and American Medical Clinic. And so, you know, we got it faster in one setting. Normally, they would have to go to the two places to get it done. But we just speeded it up, and we almost didn't get the vaccines to go out to that one place. But yes, you know, it was faster than just spreading out the people to two clinics.
Right. You know, one thing, Jerry, it was about a month ago when you were on and you were talking about this risk proportionate policy or plan with public health. Did you guys ever sort that out?
Actually, we're probably getting closer to that, because at the end of the day, we just need to understand what exactly are the requirements, because as of today, it's still a 2-week quarantine on arrival, regardless of whether you're vaccinated or regardless of whether you have negative PCR tests. So I'm hopeful that with this improvement in our COVID situation by CDC, that there will be some relaxation of that and be, you know, and define the risk proportionate policy. And that could, I don't know, it could entail maybe no quarantine if you're vaccinated. It could entail maybe if you have a PCR test, maybe no need to go into quarantine. I don't know. Public health is best able to answer that question.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, the Path to Half program, that's what the governor is looking to implement, right? If we achieve 50% of full vaccinations by May 1, then the only requirement, as I understand, is that you would have to have that negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival, and then you would not have to do any quarantine whatsoever, but you would have to download the COVID alert app and the Sarah app.
So fundamentally, that's the direction that is being taken at the moment. We just need to refine exactly what the procedures are. And I believe there's a meeting being scheduled that include public health, the airport, GVB, and a couple other agencies to refine the conditions. And I'm hopeful that they would arrive at some quote unquote risk proportionate policy that makes sense.
Are you guys going to push for, because the CDC over the weekend, they issued their newest guideline regarding fully vaccinated individuals not having to have the PCR negative test and being able to just bypass quarantine. But the governor yesterday during the proclamation signing, she was mentioning that, well, yes, they issued their guideline, but they also in the same guidelines said that it's really going to still be up to, the local government leaders to decide. Is this something, though, that you guys at the Visitors Bureau are going to push for, that if you're fully vaccinated, you wouldn't need that negative PCR test?
Yes, we have also been pushing for that, but the situation is this, that in some our source countries, for example, are looking at us as part of the continental United States. We're all USA. And so I don't know if you recall, but when the governor appointed GVB and the airport and public health as part of the recovery task force, the staff and management here at GVB has hired glimpses now that and a quick RFQ, and we are now putting together this communications strategy so that the source countries can look at Guam outside of that one, bundle of the United States of America, that we are really out here surrounded in Asia. And so that marketing will let them realize that, don't when we talk about Guam, don't think that you just look at the United States numbers. Look at the Guam numbers. And so we're working on that. And as far as the vaccination passport's concerned, I think that still is coming from the U.S. government for it to be really, really valid. So as long as we're under that, I don't think there's anything that we can do until they allowed us to sort of break away from being lumped in with the continental United States.
Yeah, this delinking issue, Sabrina, is very important to us because even though politically we are associated with the U.S. and diplomatically most ministries in Japan and Korea, for example, recognize Guam within the U.S. context. The thing is that we are economically tethered. We're economically tethered to the market nexus of Asia. And that's the message that we need to get across. That's number one. And if you recall, the visa waiver program actually years ago delinked Guam from the U.S. for purposes of visa waiver, which was the reason why our tourism industry was started and grew. So we're trying to reinforce that mentality that even though we're politically part of the U.S., our market nexus actually is tethered to Asia. And look at us more in a domestic context where you can, visit the islands, the same way that you would visit longer destinations within country. So that's part of the message that we need to get across. The other part that is really the dilemma that we have at the moment is even though we've made good improvements in containing the virus on Guam, our source markets are having a devil of a time doing that. And so the dilemma is we would encourage them to come to Guam because we're safe, but at the same time, we don't want to get reinfected by, destinations. So that gave rise to the idea of a quarantine corridor or a quarantine bubble arrangement where under strict guidelines from either Korea or Taiwan, for example, we can establish this corridors where people can travel in a horizontal, in a bubble, so to speak, as probably one option in giving us green shoots of recovery. So that's the real dilemma, is that even though we're improving our situation here, we need to be concerned that we don't get reinfected by less than, pure COVID destinations. Guam has done a great job, as Carl had indicated. And so we have a high percentage of vaccinated people, but believe it or not, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan have less than 1% of their population vaccinated as of last week. So that's why we're a bit concerned, and that's the dilemma that we face.
Gov, you mentioned that you had a meeting yesterday, I believe. Is there anything that you can share with us about that meeting?
No.
You're talking about with the glimpses?
Oh, okay. So it was with glimpses. I thought it was like with the governor or the task force or.
No. Okay. What we're doing is we're communicating. I communicated this morning with the lieutenant governor in charge of the island-wide beautification task force. And he has set the date for cleanup on the 24th of April, 2 days after Earth Day, but it's really part of Earth Day, at the end of Earth Day. And right now, we're going to start mobilizing that. I know that actually departments and another branch of government has reached out to us. They're so excited, like the judiciary of Guam, the Chief Justice Carbolito has been reaching out to see if they can get the same spot and add more to what they can do for Guam. Roque Alcantara of DPR is really moving around to make sure that our island is ready. And so we're going to use this downtime to be able to spruce up the island, get some other stuff like Vince Ariola is doing and knocking down these derelict buildings. The 5 that there's still 2 that are lawyered up, but he's really working hard to get them to some kind of resolution.
Right. You what else is on your GVB's checklist as we move full steam ahead towards reopening of travel on May 1?
Early on, the governors, as you know, the governor appointed GVB to lead the way in this reopening of May 1st. And early on in the task force discussion, it was felt that a good communications message needs to go out not only to our local population, but to our source markets. And that's the role that Glimpses now, who has been retained by GVB, would play. And their role basically is to communicate to the local community about what we're doing to make our destination safe, what they need to do to prepare the island for the time when visitors start, coming to Guam, and more importantly, communicating to the island the need to be vaccinated as much as possible, so that we can assure the markets of our safe destination. The second part of the messaging is, of course, to encourage the village mayors, to encourage our own residents to clean up and spiffy up and make sure that we're ready to receive our customers. And the third piece of this is creating the right kind of messages to the right audiences locally about the reopening strategy. And at the same time, in our source markets, communicate to our source markets what's happening in Guam that will make them feel safe, and not just telling them that we're safe, but getting into the weeds as to all the different initiatives we're doing to ensure safety. And so as part of the assignment, we've met with Glimpses already yesterday, and they're going to come and propose to the board on Thursday a plan of action, 30, 60, 90 days, because their primary responsibility is focused on the reopening strategy.
One thing that the people of Guam, they're listening, need to know that the governor of Guam is not going to treat the visitors, the tourists, any different than the local population. So everything's going to be one protocol for all.
Right. That was pretty straightforward, right, in the Path to Have plan that she unveiled last month, I think. There was one thing I wanted to follow up, and I know, Governor, you had kind of said, that's not going to happen, but I'm wondering if you had any follow-up discussions with the airport on their intention to allow for COVID testing for travelers that are on their way back home. Is
well,
that...
I maybe I shouldn't be speaking for the airport, but I understand that they're still very bullish about doing that. And I think that they have not stopped exploring the possibility to have that happen there. So hopefully that something, is put in place that would augment whatever other protocols we have that might, and some safe procedure that the tourists from that other country or our own people will be happy to participate in. And certainly testing at the airport could be one of them.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. Was there any other updates that you wanted to share? Any other message to the community as we head towards May 1st and hopefully achieve this Path to Have?
Well, just everybody, please, if you're still considering vaccination, please get vaccinated. We're almost there, and 45% have already gotten at least one dose, and hopefully the 50% will be reached, so that we can plan to even hopefully open a day or two before May 1st.
Early. Reverse Chamorro Standard Time. Is there anything else, Gov, that you're not telling us that we didn't ask you about?
No, everything's fine, and we're really happy that you invite us on to, because it's very important that we share what GVB actually is doing. We've got some people here like Nadine Leon Guerrero that's been here almost 30 years. She's the global marketing rep, and she knows everything. So others come and go, but she's been here, and the other staff's been here. So we have a good working management team here at GVB.
Let me before we let you go, because we had Vanessa Williams not the singer, the Cannabis Control Board chair on yesterday, and basically they've given the rules and the regs over to the governor, and I think then they're going to go to the legislature. But she basically said there are no restrictions on cannabis in Tumon. And I know this had kind of been a real, smoky issue for the tourism sector. What are your thoughts on that, Gov? And I mean, are you guys? Do you think that you might push anything after the fact to maybe amend the rules and regs? Because it kind of seems like it's late in the process. But
well, first of all, I think it's going to be a while for that thing to ramp up. In the meantime, we're trying to deal with this COVID situation, and we're going to put our we don't want an extraneous kind of negativity that the source countries believe it is. If you have it right in the center of our tourism. So we're still looking at it, and hopefully we can have further discussions with the governor and also the legislature.
Okay.
All right.
Playing it safe. Safe answer, Gov.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Take
Jerry.
Bye.
Okay, bye. See you, Gov.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, he's gone. He's been trying to reopen the island since July of last year, guys. Remember? And he got his hand spanked. Remember, he did a video.
Hey, but he also said he's gonna, he's gonna get it done. So.
Oh yeah. No, he's a doer, definitely. Remember, he had a video that came out. Man, you guys remember that?
The video before that one too.
Yeah. So there was. It's just funny.
Well, are you talking about the one on Instagram that said like Guam's ready to go, everything it's like all safe here, and then they got pulled?
Yeah. It was Lou and Josh, and I think they were like, "Oh yeah, we don't got COVID. Come on over, we're good. Yeah, thoughts of COVID, Guinea. Look, yeah, let's go." But then the rest, as they say, is history.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to. They said Glimpses was going to be producing that plan, the 30, 60, 90-day plan, and with Glimpses, they actually have a lot of experience with GVB. They've done a whole lot for the Guam Visitors Bureau with all the different marketing plans. We've been working with them for years.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of excited to see what their plans are going to be in working with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Well, remember,
to get this going.
Yeah, way back, there was actually a publication that Glimpses produced. It was called Glimpses of Guam, and it was like the magazine if you wanted stuff featured about the island, places to go. The culture and everything like that. Mm-hmm. That's old school.
And what Governor Gutierrez was mentioning, the island-wide beautification task force, April 24th is the the day that they're looking to do this island-wide cleanup, and partnering with, I guess, the Judiciary of Guam is stepping forward to help. This is something that they did last year, I want to say, but I think they had to cancel it.
Yeah, there was a really big one planned last year, and the LT was on here, and he was telling everybody, "Hey, let's all do this together. We have to take care of it." And then, for reasons beyond his control, they just said, it's too dangerous. Things are starting to go haywire.
Yeah.
So once we get more information and details about that, of course, we'll share it with everybody to see how you can help in cleaning up Guam.
And I think Nestor Lecanto's been reporting lately that. Was it Adelup is now saying that the goal is the path to half? That's their rallying cry. I think he's saying we're at the halfway point of half, and we're getting there.
Right.
If
with
we're not there
over
already.
32,000 people fully vaccinated so far, and the goal is 62.5 thousand. That's what we have to meet.
Or is it 50%?
50% or 62 point.
Right, I got you.
It's not as complicated as one of those 50+1 things. It's basically just like half.
Well, I wonder.
Just divided by 2.
What if we only do like 46%? They're going to round it?
Probably.
Right. Yeah, definitely. This is where we're going, guys. This is we're going there.
No, that's actually a really interesting thing. I thought about that last night. I was like, what if we're right on the cusp, but we kind of we got a couple days left, but we fall short of the mark? I mean, are they going to go?
Are you going to take the shot again, guys? If we need more numbers?
And just go gangbusters on some big campaign and just say, look.
Never mind.
Well, DOC, get moving on those inmates, man. We need to get to that. That's about a good 2% right there, guys.
You're too much.
I know I am. It's 9:50.
Imagine that, like some
I know I am.
Socially responsible, like a sporting event. So we have popcorn, peanuts, vaccine.
Right?
Popcorn.
Yeah. Can I get a little vaccine in my beer?
Or like at the movies, anybody want to go to them? Let's go out to the movies and also get vaccine.
No more.
We actually had a comment from our friend Gerard Afflegui. There are many families like mine that are wanting to head home for the summer. Hope Guam is ready to receive thousands of families from the mainland. That's also interesting because a lot of people always come home for the summer.
And this is Gerard with the cookbook, Gerard.
Yeah, this is Gerard with the cookbook.
Who is
Gerard.
in
Colorado. Yeah. But with the quarantine, right? And they said if we achieve the path to half, Mama Lou said that they're going to allow people to just home quarantine.
No.
Oh, wait. What is it?
If we achieve the path to half,
Yeah.
the only thing that would be required is you get the negative PCR test. As long as you have a negative result when you come here and it's 72 hours prior to arrival, you do not have to quarantine, period. It doesn't matter if it's no quarantine, nothing.
Yeah. So I was going with a safer option, but we're not doing that. We're going it.
Right, and that is for returning residents, visitors, tourists.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it is. But you have to download the COVID Alert app, and you have to get the Sarah.
They're going to get those downloads one way or another, guys. Or else we got to pay more. If we don't have like X amount of downloads, we got to pay the company.
Are you guys still running the COVID Alert app on your phones?
Not really.
I got a new phone about a month ago, and this is how much I want this to work, and I want things to go back to normal because I downloaded the COVID Alert app before I put Snapchat on my phone.
Oh, wow.
And I'm a big Snapchat guy.
Priorities,
so
Jay.
I want to make this work.
It's 9:52. We're going to take a break, and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Uno Go has arrived. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Parker. Someone loves you, honey. 9:57.
I've always liked that phrase.
Let's go ahead and close here by giving away a pair of tickets. That's what we can do.
Yes.
Courtesy our friends at Tango Theaters. What do we got here? So there's this movie Monster Hunter. We'll give away a pair of tickets to go see Monster Hunter.
And that is with Academy Award winner Charlize Theron, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. And it's also got Tony, is it Jha or of Ong Bak?
Tony Jha, I believe.
Yeah, Tony Jha of Ong Bak and Monsters.
Okay, if there are two movies that any Guamanian, if you are under the age of like 50, you just know, right? They're just part of it. Everybody knows Ong Bak. Everybody knows Blood In, Blood Out. It's like required watching if you go to school on Guam.
Yeah. So we'll take the first caller at 637-0094, and we'll give you 2 tickets to go see Monster Hunter at Tango Theaters, courtesy our friend Terry and the gang over there at Tango. So first caller, 637-0094, and you and somebody special will be going to the movie theaters over at Tango. Okay? 9:58. Let's go ahead and go to the phones. Good morning. Welcome to the link.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. What's up? Good. Yeah, what's your name, bro?
Eric.
Eric, congratulations. You're going to the movies.
All right.
Thank you.
You got it. You're going to go see Monster Hunter, courtesy Tango Theaters. Have you been to the movies yet, Eric?
Oh, sir.
Well, guess what? First time's a charm. It's going to be like starting over, all over again.
Copy that. Thank you so much.
Wear your mask.
Yeah, wear your mask. They got all the protocols in place for a safe viewing experience, and you get to watch an awesome movie, Monster Hunter, on the big screen, Jay.
Enjoy.
All right.
Two tickets, right?
Yeah, 2 tickets.
Yeah, Eric, who are you going to go with?
Three or 2?
Dos.
Dosa.
Yeah, Eric, who are you going to go with?
Probably the other half.
Nice.
Probably.
Or definitely.
I say just make them all work for it. Okay, I got this extra ticket, guys. Who wants to wash the car?
Yep.
Bonus
Yeah, that
points.
happened too.
Yeah, right. You got to teach these to work for it.
You're like, hey, the lawn's not going to mow itself.
It's not going to bush cutter itself.
That's how you do it.
That's it. Eric, what's your last name, bro?
St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas. Okay, so your name is going to be like a boss at the door at the Tango Theaters, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so you just go. If you bring your lady, you just be like, babe, we don't, lining up to buy tickets. That's not our style. We going right in through the front. Congrats, and let us know how the movie is. And you actually have until, hold on, let me get this. You have until April 15th to redeem your tickets, okay?
All right, copy that.
Okay, so your name will be up there starting today if you want to go. Thank you, Eric.
All right, thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Right on. There you go. Congratulations. We'll give away another pair tomorrow, so keep listening to the link. It's 9:59 to our viewers on KUAM TV.
Bye.
You guys are great. This has been the link again, brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I got an idea, guys. I'm buying
Yes?
I'm buying milkshakes today. Let's go.
Right on.
All right.
Looks like lunch is covered. That's a nutritious lunch, right? Milkshake?
A kale milkshake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're on your own on that one. Okay, my name's Chris again.
Again, I'm Sabrina.
KUAM TV and Link Fam, thank you guys so much for the support. Esta, adios!
Happy Tuesday.